But enough of this palaver. Let's get the show on the road.
And that's how we begin. Why would it work after a week? Why would it work? Why would it work? It was A, not B. Thank you, Tim. Good morning. Welcome to the Opie and Anthony Show.
Someone had to switch it during the time we were off, I guess.
Yeah.
For some reason.
For what reason, who knows?
Switched.
Well. Our first live show in, 10 days or something like that. 9 days.
That long?
Well, yeah, you do the 5, then the 2, and then the other 2,
right.
and it adds up to 9.
Got about the weekend.
Yes. Opie and Anthony, 877-212-ONA. Back from vacation.
Yes.
My first observation, Jimmy grew a vacation mustache, and I hate it. I absolutely hate it.
Give me a mustache. It's a hit. It's a sensation.
A sensation.
Is it?
It really is a scream, I like to say. It's you're not really a mustache guy.
Sure I am. It's a gentleman's mustache, and everybody else is a little jealous I don't have them. That's all it is.
Yeah.
I walked into the Comedy Center last night. Esty laughed in my face. She really laughed.
Did she?
Howled at me.
Shave off that mustache! Everyone's taking pictures of Jimmy's mustache.
His mustache.
I wanted it just to look cheesy.
Yeah, I'm a goatee man, and every once in a while I go, you know what, I'm going to come into work with a mustache. And then I shave it down to the mustache, and then I shave the mustache off. I'm not brave enough to take the final step and come in here with just a mustache.
The worst is that people won't just laugh, because it is meant to be horrible.
Yeah.
And like this girl I know, she's dating this comedian Kurt that I know. So I see her at the cellar last night. She goes, "Oh, I like that." And I actually went, "No, you don't.
Yeah, no.
You can't."
Right.
She's like, "But it looks nice." I'm like, "It doesn't look nice. It's awful." Just tell me it looks awful. It's fine.
So if you do a little soul patch like Ant's doing, then you could pull it off there.
Oh, yeah,
but just the
maybe
mustache, forget about it.
No, I like.
When are you shaving?
I've been working mine, trimming.
Yeah.
And trimming a little top, so it's not as thick. You know, I don't want to Groucho Marx. So, you know, you got to figure out the mustache.
It's fun. It's a fun adventure, I like to say.
It is.
Is it really?
Yeah, where will it take me?
When are you shaving? By 7?
I'm debating it. I almost did yesterday. And I'm like, no, I got it. Because the worst is people in my building, like they all have to see me with this cheesy thing walking around. And they probably think, does he really think he looks like handsome?
Handsome.
I went on stage with this last night. It was really embarrassing. Because my people looking at me probably think, like, that's his new look.
You got to get to Friday. Can you make it to Friday?
Probably not, no. Because there's nothing worse than when you don't see someone for 10 days and they show up with a mustache.
Yeah.
Like, it's my new look.
And I hear that you're still a little clogged from your nose job.
Yeah, I will.
I'm calling it a nose job.
Yeah, I got an actually nose added to me. I wanted to look mysterious.
That's how Jimmy spent his vacation. He had his nasal surgery, finally.
Yeah.
So that means you're not going to bitch about it anymore, right? Please say no more bitching about the dumb nose.
I'm still very congested, but again, I will be for weeks. It's like until it just shrinks and the swelling goes down.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, the guy went in, he sliced the inside of my nose. He said there was a lot of loose bone. It was like hooked. He said I had a lot of extra cartilage and bone. And then they shrink your turbinates, which means they put a needle in these things in your nose, and they heat them, and they shrink. Yeah.
Ow.
Bitch.
And then, were you in pain when you woke up?
I was. I actually puked. But the surgery was nothing. I couldn't believe how easy this whole thing was.
Yeah?
I couldn't believe how fast the recovery was. But I woke up, and I think we talked about the anesthesia. It's like you're laying there, and they walk you in the operating room so you feel empowered. And they said that so you don't feel like you're helpless. And it's like 50 degrees, and you lay down, and the IV is in my arm, and I start to feel loopy.
Oh, no.
And my doctor is singing, and I'm like, you guys put something in there, right?
You put something in there.
And
you dolt. That's hysterical.
He went, yes, we did. And the next thing I know, I'm looking at him in the recovery room.
That is creepy.
Yeah, that's time machine
True
stuff.
time
because,
travel.
it really is. You have no sense of how long you were anywhere. You just wake up, hi.
No dreaming, nothing.
You put something in this.
I could see the lights, but it wasn't a nauseous spinning. It was just like the room was like,
And that's how you die, right there.
It really is.
You got a chance of seeing death.
If you
That's how it is. Simple as that.
if you die on that table,
You would never know. The last thing you would remember, quote, remember, is, hey, you put something in here, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
You wouldn't remember that either.
I know, you're right, but...
So, yeah, it's nothing. Puked a little blood, and that's it.
I saw you the day after your surgery, and did you notice I was, like, kind of awkwardly talking to you? I was trying to be cool, but Jimmy looked like a completely different person, and it was freaking me out as I was trying to talk to him about his surgery and how it was, and... Did you notice, or were you still kind of loopy from the whole thing?
I was still a little bit out because at that point I was taking painkillers, which I took very minimal. But it was usually like the day after, I think.
Oh wow, you were just distorted.
Yeah, my lip was all swollen.
I took pictures. I don't think it did it justice, to be honest with you.
I looked crazy. I looked like
Yeah,
talking like this.
you had this about him.
Oh, I want to see those pictures.
You haven't seen them?
No.
Oh, took them. Put them.
Oh, I got to see
They're
that.
awful.
Yeah,
You just don't look like you. And
No, I look.
No, they're up on OandARadio.com, and Jim Norton's mustache picture will be up there shortly.
is that why you started
It's there already?
growing the mustache
What?
to hide the?
No, his face looks normal now.
I couldn't shave.
No, I mean, is that why you started?
Oh no, I was just too much
Yeah.
pain to shave.
Oh, okay.
You know, the face you gotta make.
Oh,
when
you got
shave?
you got
I couldn't do it. I was in too much pain. So, swelling went down. I went and saw Motorhead, Sabbath, and Priest, which was an amazing show. Priest
you
was
did?
great, yeah.
Didn't you
2
go
days
like
after.
2 days? Yeah.
I would have went the next day.
That's crazy.
I almost went to PNC the next day, but I was still having some bleeding. But
Ugh.
I couldn't believe it. Just
some
surgery.
spotting.
It really was. I felt fat.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, so let's get healing. I mean, let's see how it is in a couple weeks.
Yeah.
But I still sit sleeping up like the elephant man in my couch.
Aw.
I haven't been in my bed in 10 days.
Really?
Yeah, I can't because you can't lay down. It's just too
You
stuffy.
still can't lay down?
Nah, I mean, I can for a moment, but laying down like that would just be, I just
Like
wouldn't.
pins on a map of where you're going to go around the country with your best friend.
Yeah.
Can't lay down.
I have to put my red wig on something. Blind girl thought in my
Oh,
face.
no, look at you.
Oh, yeah, that was after the surgery.
That was just me with the blood in that mustache. You had to wear a mustache because this guy didn't pack my nose. They don't put anything up your nose but gel. So you're just basically bleeding of an open wound in your face until it cools.
Oh, God.
That is something, man.
I mean, we'll see how it turns out. This is the doctor I was a complete dick to in that interview.
Yeah, I know. And he fixed you up.
It was
Right.
This guy was great. I mean, great surgeon. There's no issues with the healing so far. Just got to keep taking antibiotics for another week, and I'm done.
Look at the difference in the nostrils. The left nostril had a problem, huh?
That's the one he did most of. I was actually glad to see the left one swollen because that's still where that's where he made the incision. Because your nose has a lining over it. Like put your finger in your nose and you feel like the lining on the wall of your nose bridge inside.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's where he sliced it. And he peels the wall back, and he slices all the bone out. But I have the X-rays. He showed me how bad I was. I was
Really?
in bad shape.
Yeah, look at Jimmy. There's the.
Why'd you have so much bone in your nose?
I don't know. I had drilled with a baseball when I was a kid.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I got drilled in the face. I think that messed me up. I don't know if you could see that, but there's one took from the side.
Yeah.
You can just see my,
click the other one there, Danny.
my upper lip is
Danny's
fat.
sitting where E-Rock usually sits. I like this move.
Where's E-Rock?
Stunt brain with the strong move.
Oh, that's right.
Look at the side view of
Reallocating
Jimmy.
the assets.
Yes, absolutely. Look at Jimmy. Yes. Oh.
Yeah.
That
I was a duck-lipped fool.
Yeah. You look like those old women on the Upper West Side that wanted to get the collagen.
That's exactly what it is.
You
College.
look like that. Oh, I look lovely.
Yeah, I felt like Joan Rivers afterwards.
90-year-old women in miniskirts.
You were,
Ugh.
you were gonna ask me for money. Remember that Midnight Cowboy when he bangs the old lady?
Hey, we got Corey asking to play Jimmy's new voicemail message. You were talking about
Too long.
Anthony's jacuzzi or something like that.
How cold the jacuzzi was.
They said it.
Oh, God.
They said it's hilarious.
Yeah, well,
Or Corey says it's hilarious.
too long. But
It's a phone number, and you call into it as a fan of Jimmy's, and you get to hear what Jimmy's been up to, right?
yeah, and I can hear your messages and stuff like that. And there's no money exchange. You don't get charged anything. It's I now only make the messages like during decent hours because I didn't realize if you call from your home phone, that they'll actually ring you at 3 in the morning if that's when I leave the message.
Oh, really?
So I only did that once or twice, and then someone yelled at me. I'm like, oh, I didn't realize. So now it's just called during the day, so you won't be bothered at night.
Waking people up at
Dude,
3 in the morning. That's hysterical.
You can choose to be notified, like with not at all, just when you check, or it can ring you, like you're getting a phone call.
Great.
And, well, who knows?
Who's dead?
So when you
What is this? Oh, it's Jimmy Norton.
wait, so when you update this, it just rings to everybody.
It depends on what they choose. If they choose,
But if they don't know that feature, it's just going to ring.
I think when you first call, they let you know easily.
Gotcha.
If you know you chose to get a ring, it rings, or
Ring a ding ding.
it'll ring a ding ding, or it will not notify you at all. Whatever you want. But yeah, I was making fun of Ant's jacuzzi because it was nice. It was gorgeous, Ant's place.
Yeah,
Fantastic, but the jacuzzi was gazpacho.
It was gazpacho. I really, I got to crank that thing up. I need a little lesson on how to get that jacuzzi heated up. It was lukewarm.
Oh, really?
It was, and then it started getting warmer, and then the propane ran out because that was the only type of fuel I could use. I'm going to change it over though.
You were bragging about how warm your pool was and how the steam comes off the water, but you couldn't figure that out for the jacuzzi.
Well, then it starts, cooling off.
Yeah.
When you're burning pretty much what the shuttle burns when it takes off. It's Jesus. It takes quite a while to heat up.
Yeah. How was the rest of the party? I made like an hour. I had to go down to Philly for some stuff.
Dandy, lots of drinking. Oh my God! And then just the mess. I don't think there's supposed to be people coming over today to clean up the backyard.
How bad is the backyard?
It just looks like a bomb went off.
Yeah.
There's just broken bottles and booze laying all over the place, and like towels and clothes, and just every square inch has booze gack spilt on on everything, and it's just like
you should have taken a picture of that. You should have done a before and after picture.
Before and after.
That would have been hilarious.
I was just thinking, like, I don't know,
you got
10 people. That's a good party. 10 people.
Yeah, you had well over 100 when I was there, and I was there early.
It was over 100, and
you got a state-of-the-art backyard. I mean, slate and fancy pools and jacuzzis
that's
and
Bluestone,
fire
my
pits.
friend.
Bluestone, okay.
Yes, well.
And now that's all just a mess?
It's a mess. It's obviously has to be power washed, and it was just, you have a party like that with that many people, it's going to be a mess. It's just a disaster.
It was like an 80s movie college party.
Yeah.
Like when all the the parents went away. And,
exactly. That's exactly what it looked like. Like, we got to clean this up. They're coming home soon.
Yeah, and the nerdy parents are driving, and then they cut back to the party. Woo! There's some dead
little risky business thing happening.
Oh, it was just a mess. I know there's a big long table that they were using for food, and last I looked, there was just half a cake on it.
That cake is still out there?
Oh, it's still out there with beer cans in it. Like, it's just a disaster.
You turned your house into a fraternity house in one day.
Oh my God, it was.
Was the next day? Was there still drinking during the next day?
No, that was just stay away. The guys came by to pick up the tables, and there was just crap all over the tables. So I was like, I don't know, clear them off. What do you want from me? I'm not going out there and cleaning them. So they had to clean off their own tables before they packed them up.
Unbelievable.
And then something like when the ice luge melted. You see the ice luges?
I didn't even see the ice luge.
Yeah. Oh, the ice luge is like two little. It's an ice sculpture.
No, my brother
with two
had
little rivers carved in them.
Yeah, my brother had one of those at his wedding.
And you put your mouth down at the bottom, and they pour shots down.
Sure.
And it chills it up by the time it goes down. Well, during the night, apparently the ice luge melted and fell over and hit a bottle of Jaeger, which just smashed and spilled all over the place.
Well,
and you know how easy Jaeger comes up.
Well, ice tends to melt in the summer there, Anthony.
Yeah.
He goes, apparently. I really thought it was going to survive the 85 degrees. Yes, Danny.
Well, I'm glad that you brought up the ice luge because that was one source of entertainment for me throughout the night was watching some of the party goers kneel down and take from this ice luge because a lot of them were very on the other side of the age scale, and
Yes.
they're wearing all their party gear and they're just getting down on their knees and opening.
Yeah, they were, parents and
As shots are
families,
getting-
stuff like that. So yeah, they're laying on their knees with their mouth open. It's pretty funny.
It was quite the visual, but it made
Yeah.
it was making me laugh all night long. It was fantastic.
Oh, then my dummy landscaper, the guy that did all the landscaping in the
Is
backyard,
that Dr. Octopus?
Doc Ock.
That creep?
He was walking around with those sunglasses on, and
What kind of sunglasses? Just
I don't even know.
Just
They looked like
awful?
an ant. Looked like Doc Ock.
Yeah, they were orange.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, you should have had 8 arms and showing some girl's flesh from her bones. Damn, it's a boob.
So he had to be over the top guy and push me in the pool,
there's always one.
which is like, what? In this day and age,
And he talked about beforehand. Watch what I'm going to do. Watch,
Yeah.
watch me. Watch
it's like,
me.
oh, I'll get him. And it's like, what? In this day and age, everyone is walking around with electronic devices on them that do not take well to water. Who doesn't have some type of electronic communication device on them? And there I go, whoosh, pushed right in. I'm fully clothed. I got my 5'11" boots on, which I think are going to dry sometime in December. They'll be dry because they're thick, very,
But they were
padded.
They were meant for war. They should be able to dry out.
Well, maybe if I marched in them.
Yeah.
In the sun. But, I'm just, the second I went in, I'm still underwater, doing that swim up, going, just in my head going, son of a bitch. Oh, you bastard.
Were you doing your impression of Dustin Hoffman in The Graduate underwater, just like taking?
No, I was getting out as quickly as possible, trying to salvage, everything in my wallet, my phone, and thank God I didn't feel I had to be armed at my own party because that would have sucked had I went in with my nice new Colt.
Those Polaroids from Taiwan.
Yes, I'm
Can't
trying to
replace
save
those,
those.
can you?
Irreplaceable, Jim. And I get my iPhone out of my pocket. I thought it was quick enough, but I start feeling the iPhone. It's off, and it's getting like one of those hand warmers that you take to a football game. The thing got so blazing hot, and then all of a sudden, it wasn't hot anymore, and then it wouldn't turn on. It won't work. It was done. I had to spend an hour online at Roosevelt Field Mall yesterday at the Apple Store
To get a new one?
to get a new iPhone. Yeah.
That's not going to be a good commercial for the iPhone.
Why?
They don't survive pools.
Well, you know something? They also have something inside the iPhone that changes color if it gets wet, because the only thing they do not guarantee is dips in the pool or the toilet or anything else. And apparently, a lot of people on that line yesterday, it was pool mishaps.
Oh, really?
That, another person decided it was a great idea to throw someone the phone while they were in the pool. It's like, hey, give me the phone. No, I could catch it. Bloop. The old bloop. And that was that. A lot of people at the Apple Store with phone mishaps in the pool.
Do you find when you sync it up with, like, I have it synced up with 2 different computers, like, if you have to make one the master, like, it will, like, do you want to sync up, or do you want to make one of these the master and make them copy each other? And, like, if you make them copy each other, they double your phone numbers. So, like,
Ugh.
I have, like, some people, I have 4 copies of their number.
Why would that?
Frank.
Let me call Frank.
I don't want 4
Which
Frank's
Frank do I
numbers.
call?
Frank.
I don't want Frank 4 times. I want him once. How do you get rid of redundancies? I have too many.
I can't stand the 2 computer sync up thing because it always goes to one where I barely have anything on it, and I realize, oh great, it's a new phone again. Then I got to go to the other computer and sync that up.
Oh, it's really enraging.
Yeah,
I want to go with
annoying.
Mobile Me.
Mobile Me.
Yeah, it's that thing where you, like, I know iPhone has that where you.
Oh right, I decided against it, and I
Well,
didn't know
it'll
what it
just
was.
go right through, and if you put some up on your phone, all of a sudden, boom, goes to your account, boom, goes to your computer at home.
Nice.
It's an automatic sync up, so you don't lose your information.
That's pretty
that.
cool. All right, listen, we're heading toward
Do
the
that.
first break here. We're just getting warmed up. We're back live to prove it. It's Monday, August 18th, 2008. It's a Monday. 877-212-0&A. It's Opie and Anthony. Want to say good morning to everybody. Good morning to Boston. I guess there was a little controversy up there. They decided to play music instead of our best ofs. I don't really understand that. Whatever. They know best. It just confuses the audience. Yeah, there was a lot of chatter about that while we were away. I don't get it. Because we pick out some really, really good stuff. Really good stuff.
Yeah, I don't get that either. It's like saying, all right, we don't have to play this show now, so we'll play it when we really want to. That's how it feels.
Yeah.
Phone number 877-212-0-A. We got people checking in that we're at the big pool party at.
Oh, really?
Isn't Steve supposed to sing Foundry today?
Oh, wow, yes.
Really?
That's what someone is asking on the phone. All right, let's start with Charlie in New York. Charlie, it's the Opie and Anthony Show.
Good morning.
Good morning. What's up?
Good morning, Jimmy.
Hey.
Hi.
If Anthony would have had Commando, Dice's phone, he would have been okay.
Remember Dice was talking about his underwater phone or something like that? Or
Oh, right, the underwater phone.
what did he have? He came in recently. Did he have an underwater phone?
Did he say something?
I
It
think-
goes the underwater.
I think he had some weird-looking phone, and he said that you could, I don't know, you could go underwater with it, and it's going to work.
Good
It's going to work.
underwater. Yeah, what did he mean by that?
I don't know. Probably they wouldn't fry, maybe. I don't know. It
Maybe.
was an industrial-looking phone.
You know, we were laughing at him, but I was the one that needed a new phone.
Well, we're all about the bells and whistles, and in his case, he was excited because the phone can work underwater, and we're trying to tell Dice, but how would that ever really work? You can't really just take phone calls underwater.
Yeah, because he wouldn't call it a waterproof phone.
Right.
Which, that makes sense. Okay, it can be dunked in water and be fine. He made it sound like you're using it underwater.
Yeah, what are you going to do? Text someone I'm drowning. But by the way, that guy that threw out in the pool, I was so annoyed when I saw him do it because I thought he was Jill's brother. Because beforehand, he had thrown himself in the pool and no one noticed.
Right.
Which was funny. Cause
What do you mean he threw himself in the
He
pool?
jumped in the pool with his clothes on. He was wacky guy.
Oh.
He just jumped in and, decided he was going to be over-the-top wacky guy.
Right.
Then he throws Jill in. And then he picked her up and he threw her in the while he was in the water. And she was fine with it. But I'm like, that must be her brother because who else would throw her in the pool? Why would you do that?
Yeah, over-the-top guy would.
Yeah, but then he put his towel on and he just had to be wacky again and throw the other host in the pool.
And then I had to get thrown in.
He had a lot of confidence, this guy, huh?
Oh, Jesus.
Just assuming this was going to go down nice.
A lot of booze.
Oh, a lot
is
of
what he
booze.
had.
Did he
lot
apologize?
of booze. I don't remember. I don't think so.
He didn't leave me a message the next day and go, sorry, I'm an ass.
I know, I know I still owe him a little check that's going to have a deduction on it
Yeah.
for iPhone.
New $5,000 iPhone that you had in your pocket.
Exactly. It's the information that was on there that was
right.
very important.
Let's say hi to Bobby in New York. Bobby,
Yo, what's going on?
what's up, Bobby?
Fellas?
Hey,
Listen, hey, I was wondering how Opie, Anthony's mother's doing. Rhoda, she was feeling pretty good by the end of the night.
Oh, yeah. She was dancing around and, what did she? I think she slipped and conked her head.
Really?
But and then she gets up and just starts dancing again.
Yeah.
And then Sal comes out in what could only be described as the most asinine costume I've ever seen in my life.
it was perhaps the great. Hold on, sir. I'm sorry. It was probably the greatest outfit I've ever seen a man wear
Yes.
intentionally.
Wait, he did a costume change?
Yeah.
He put on
What?
a T-shirt
Yeah.
with the printing of what an admiral in the Navy would wear on it. Like it just had like the shoulder things and that and a captain's hat and his belly, and he's just dancing around like a lunatic.
He was wearing all white. And
Yeah.
I thought he had an admiral's jacket on from across the yard, but it was like one of those. It was like one of those tuxedo suit shirts. It was the greatest outfit I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's like a tuxedo shirt, but only an admiral thing. And then for some reason he decided that the karaoke that he should do patriotic songs for some reason.
What was
Christmas tunes.
Like patriotic. He was doing Star Spangled Banner.
God bless him.
And then God Bless America, and it was like, Sal, what do you... Stop.
Was he hammered?
Probably.
Must have been.
Yeah.
One would hope.
Coming out in his admiral suit.
Yeah, if he wasn't hammered, then he's ready for the home.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot there, Bobby.
All right,
All right, take it easy.
Yeah.
I missed a good party. I went early. when it was all cute and girls
everything.
walking around with the hors d'oeuvres and everyone was nice.
Yeah, basil teas.
Just very quiet.
Yeah,
That food was great, man.
Basil
Great
teas
job.
from Tom's River.
Yes.
Yeah,
Very, very good. Yeah, you were there during the early part where it's still light out. And
the easy part.
everyone's just kind of, hey, how you doing? Hey, look who showed up.
A
Hey.
little shy socializing going on.
Yeah, before the end.
booze kicks in.
Where there's just a wreck. And I know, me and Keith, Keith came over the next day to clean up some of the garbage or in front. There were garbage bags in front that I don't know. Either someone ran them over or an animal got at them. There's just a pile of garbage bags in front of my house. And that isn't even it.
That toilet in the back was really... Oh, you called it a jacuzzi. I can't tell you how many times in that jacuzzi.
What?
Oh, he kept saying that. He goes, I just did it again.
I would be talking, and then all of a sudden I would just stop moving completely, like
like a baby.
like one does.
Were you trying to make the water warmer?
It was fantastic. At least 11 times.
Thank God. Thank God it pours out pretty quickly.
That's
Didn't
funny.
need to be sitting in your mess.
Oh, it was great.
Were the cops called? Were the neighbors a problem?
No.
Give me more on this party.
Nope, no problem with the neighbors. The cops weren't called at all, even though I think the DJ was just blasting music until midnight.
Wow.
But no cops.
He was cool, the DJ, too, man. He had there was a one of 3 songs you could choose from. That guy didn't play games. You want to hear the Kid Rock song again? All right. All right.
All right, we
What, he
get
had,
it.
he had a short playlist.
I don't know. I guess he was taking requests.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I hear that Kid Rock song again. I'm going to just throw myself through the window. By the end of the night, literally, it was twice in a row.
Oh, right. It did.
What Kid Rock song?
The new one all summer long.
Oh, with the Leonard Skinner riff?
Yeah.
Very nice.
Oh.
All right. We missed a lot on vacation. People always die when we're away. You lost Bernie Mac and Isaac Hayes, 2 guys. Well, we never had. Kidding? I don't think we ever had Bernie Mac on the show. Maybe back in the day.
No.
But we certainly had Isaac Hayes on the show.
Yep.
Yeah.
He was a great guest. He died of a stroke. Bernie Mac died of pneumonia.
Jeez.
That pneumonia will get you.
Got the pneumonia.
When you get that pneumonia, you got to get to the hospital immediately.
I heard he had problems with that, though.
He had other things going on.
Respiratory.
Yes.
Yeah.
Stump Brain, what was the other thing that was wrong with Bernie Mac that he was
He had
dealing with?
sarcoidosis. It's a kind of a form of cancer that makes little bubbles on your organs. It's horrible.
Ew.
And
Holy Mother of God.
yeah, it's a weird one. And we have a friend in
How do
common.
they do that? You just pop the bubble somehow?
No, they chemo you. And
Yeah?
it's tough. It beats the hell out of you. And that's what compromised his immune system was the treatment for the sarcoidosis. He got one form of pneumonia, went in the hospital in late July, and while he was in there, he picked up another one, and that's what took him out.
How do they know you have that?
I think you start getting zapped. All your energy gets wiped out, and they have to go in and do some kind of blood work.
I hate when people have that as a symptom.
You know,
I've been tired for 12 years. For the love of God.
You have alkalosis.
the weird part about the Bernie Mac thing.
Mr. Boogie Night. I was checking out that whole pool scene. I'm like, I think I got to call Anthony Mr. Boogie Night now.
Boogie nights.
Yeah.
Boogie nights.
That's it?
Yeah, I was going to tell you, Bernie Mac and Isaac Hayes are in the same movie with Sam Jackson, and
That's
they
coming
died
out.
like within a couple days of each other. So I wonder how Mr. Jackson's feeling. Because it's Soul Man. It comes out, I think, in October, November.
I just watched Sam Jackson again. I was watching Coming to America last night. I couldn't stop. Eddie Murphy was goddamn funny, man.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, not that that's a shock to anyone, but you forget how funny Eddie Murphy's movies
Yep. Yeah, because now it's just Eddie Murphy and Eddie Murphy.
were. Yeah.
All right. Can he play one role?
It's all kids' movies and
Yeah.
stuff.
Ugh.
I was howling watching that last night.
Yeah, we got your message about Anthony's party.
Oh.
Tim put it together. Let's see how
How
this
long
sounds.
is it, though? Is it too long?
We'll see. If it's too long, we'll stop it.
Embarrassing to have to listen to. I never listen to these. I just talk
Oh,
and send.
you.
Hey, it's Norton. It's about 6 o'clock on Sunday. A couple things. I'm on the Comedy Central Bob Saget roast tonight, which starts, I think, 10 o'clock here in New York. So if you want to watch that, I don't know what they cut out of it. I hope I don't look like a douche. And I'm healing up much better, doing good. The left nostril is still really clogged, so I've been sitting up sleeping like a creep.
Jim, do you need friends?
I'm very
Do you
lonely.
need friends?
But I just let people know how I'm doing. This is really not a good selling point for that phone. But, Tim, you should have got the highlights. Tim just took out the curses. I'm plugging the Comedy Central roast. It was yesterday. Why don't you mention it? Oh, Tim.
Sleeping like a creep for the last 7 to 8 days. But thanks, for the well-wishings. It was nice to get all, the messages and emails and stuff. So I went to Ant's yesterday. Anthony's had his little get-together. It was just a bunch of alkies. His stepdad, Sal, came out in wearing, it was an Admiral shirt. It was like, you ever see a shirt with like, it's like a suit jacket shirt, but it's just a T-shirt? This is what it was. It was like it was like an Admiral's outfit with like a Admiral's cap on. It was just, he's just a lunatic. And we sat in Anthony's jacuzzi, and the whole place is amazing. It's like it's a multi-million-dollar house. But I guess his propane tanks were running out, so he has like it was like a lukewarm jacuzzi. It was the coldest jacuzzi on the East Coast. I was so irritated. Like sitting in gazpacho. With his cold jacuzzi, but everything else was great. The food was great. The house is amazing.
Who cares? Shut up, Jim.
Oh, we like this.
God almighty, am I a dullard? Food was great.
Good food, plenty of it.
Good food, good friends. How old am I, 80?
I like this.
The ornamentation was lovely. I should be decapitated.
I like this, Jimmy. Let his guard down a little bit.
The house is amazing, and we had a good time hanging, of course. But
nice bric-a-brac. Bric-a-brac.
The liverwurst was a little soggy. Oh, I should be stabbed.
Of course, but his chilly jacuzzi, I wanted to drop a deuce in it so bad. A nice that freezing jacuzzi is. Frick. All right, well, we're on tomorrow, so hopefully I'll get to tease him about his ice-cold chilled soup. The water jets kept stopping because it's beautifully built, but it's powered by these jets. And he probably got drunk one night and left them on, so they kept running out of power. And stupid Keith, the cop, kept coming over and turning them back on, and it was just really enraging. All right, well, that was the whole brunt of it. Just if you want to watch the Comedy Central thing tonight, watch us all take a nice big Bob Saget's mouth. And all right, I guess that's it. I'm on the radio tomorrow. Tee-hee.
Oh, God.
Yes.
That's funny.
So I understand we're sending Tim to highlighting college. So I understand what parts of a call.
What a highlight is.
No kidding.
Yeah, well, there's a lot to choose from on that one.
I was
Kind of
very
liked that.
Yeah, that was fun. We got to listen to those from time to time. Drew, New York, what's up?
What's up, bro?
Hey.
I always, good morning, gentlemen.
Hey, buddy.
I always enjoy hearing when people die from what I have.
Jeez.
Wait, you have what Bernie Mac had?
Yeah, the sarcoidosis. I found out they had a big tumor in my neck, and they cut the front of my neck open all the way back to my spine, flipped my head back, and pulled the tumor out.
Were you awake?
So they actually
Is your Dr. Elzar Cowie?
Yes.
It was a human Pez dispenser.
They sew you up nice?
No, they glued it all back together. You can't hardly tell.
Glued it all back together.
They use crazy glue. The guy says, "Don't look up." I'm like, "Okay, gotcha." And I was staring at the ground for like 3 weeks.
He's a card, that doctor.
And you're doing it right now, sir?
No, but what are you going to do?
Yeah, what are you
got
gonna
it. There's no cure, and you just go forward. They left a bunch of tumors in my chest, but I think that's what Tom has too.
Tom from White Plains has that as well. I believe you're right. Yep.
Is that why he can't breathe?
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
guess.
it goes after your lungs.
So can't they do anything for it?
No, when it gets bad, they put you on steroids, but they say that's like a short-term fix. So they're leaving me alone. I'm fairly young.
Oh, good luck.
38.
All right, sir.
I'll take it.
Godspeed.
Yes.
Love you guys. Love the show.
Thanks, Drew. Hang in there, all right?
Later on, bro.
All right,
bro.
Have you guys been watching the Olympics?
A little highlights here and there, but no, I was never a big Olympic watcher.
I wasn't either, but there's something about these Olympics. Everybody's watching. The ratings are through the roof.
Really?
Yeah, Michael Phelps has got the attention of the entire country. He ends up winning 8 gold medals. You didn't see any of those races, Ant?
No, just the highlights.
Oh, my
Well,
God.
highlights.
Amazing stuff.
Yeah, they weren't. I watched the swimming because
Yeah.
he's like isn't he the most winningest Olympian ever? Or the winningest Olympian ever?
Yeah, now he is. Yep.
So I kind of watched for that.
He obviously beat Mark Spitz's record of 7 gold medals. He's got 8. And he's got, what, 14 overall? How many?
14 golds overall.
14 gold medals
Christ.
overall. What?
16 total. He picked up a couple other.
All right, you can swim. Jesus,
Oh,
what's wrong with the guy?
we get it. He lives in a pool house.
Fish.
And his father hasn't been part of his life, doesn't want anything to do with him. They had a picture of him in the paper. The father just kind of going into his condo somewhere.
Oh, really?
Somewhere down there in Baltimore, I think.
Why?
He's got like this
'Cause
guy.
his dad probably said, "You want to go out and toss around the ball?" And he's like, swimming. He's in the pool all the time. It's like, you want to go fishing or something? No,
No, I just want to.
I'm swimming.
That's got to be a little weird for the guy. He, he's the father of pretty much the most famous person in the world right now.
Yeah.
One of the greatest athletes of all time. They're starting to debate that, and the father's like, yeah, I haven't talked to him in 15, 20 years.
Oh, he's
Wow.
probably going to ring him up.
Huh?
Hi.
Hi,
Hey,
what's
how
up?
you
Whoa,
been?
hey.
Hey.
You think it's?
I've been thinking of calling you.
Yeah.
I figured I'd see how Athens and China went.
But that's got to be weird because the guy's got his life. He's probably got a job somewhere, and the guys around the office. What do you do?
Well, do you think
Just look the other way, like,
Hey, see the Olympics? Oops.
Did the father leave? You think years ago?
I don't
That's
know
probably
the-
what it was.
He was. They
stunt brain.
split up when he was 9 years old, and then he didn't see his dad until he was in high school. They tried to reunite, and it didn't happen. The dad's a retired cop, and he does still live in Baltimore, so there's got to be a lot of family connection floating around.
yeah. This is what's going to happen to Michael Phelps.
After smashing records in the pool, Michael...
Why do we always have to have this guy?
After smashing
Why do we
records
always
in
have
the
to have this
pool.
guy?
Hey,
We got Americans over there covering this crap. It's kind of fun, actually.
he's swimming hotter than wasabi.
After smashing records in the pool, Michael Phelps is now on his way to a record payday, set to become the highest-earning Olympian in history.
Outside of the pool, in the pool, on the medal podium, there are tons of memories that I'll have from this, and every single one I'll remember for the rest of my life.
Even before winning a record 8 gold medals, he collected a $1 million bonus from one of his sponsors, Speedo.
Congratulations,
And that's on top of the $5 million a year he was already earning from endorsements from companies like Visa.
In Athens, Michael came out of the Athens Games as an American sports hero. He's coming out of these games as a global sports icon.
Visa declined to say how much it pays Phelps, but whatever the amount, sports agents say expect it to go up a lot, perhaps in the same league as David Beckham and Tiger Woods.
The bottom line is he at the $87 million endorsement number of Tiger? Probably not. He may be at $30, $40, $50 million a year in endorsements after this is all said and done.
But there could be a catch. Doing too much too soon, what's known as diluting the brand. And the Olympics are just 2 weeks every 4 years. Unlike other pro athletes who compete during regular seasons, Phelps won't be seen like this again until he dives into a pool in London in 2012.
Oh, he's going to do another Olympics?
How old
Wow, he's 23, I think.
Wait, he competed when he was 17?
No, 20. Athens was 19.
I'm sorry, I apologize. 19.
Yeah, and he's going to do one more.
23 years old. Oh, he might have 2 more Olympics in him.
Yeah, he'll probably do one more.
Yeah.
Probably do one more and say, you know what, I'm done with this. Now I got to start liking girls finally.
Going out.
Well, man, you read up on these guys. They don't have any lives. You hear about the Chinese gymnasts that are like 13, 12?
Oh, that's crazy. They're crazy over there with that whole thing.
And they're claiming that these girls are 16 and they're not 16. And they interviewed one of these girls, and she's like, I haven't seen my family in over a year. They just play in some kind of gym camp.
They just take them away. It's like the old Soviet Union used to do. They used to do the same thing with their kids.
Holy
just take them from their parents. You look good.
Yeah.
You're small. Very good.
They were asking this little girl these questions, and she's like, I haven't had a holiday in over a year. They call it a holiday. Haven't seen my parents in over a year.
Give them shots to keep their breasts from growing.
Yeah.
Do they?
Yeah, rumor has it.
Well, yeah, because you can't be a gymnast with big boobies.
Gets
in the way of
boobies.
everything.
Big giant cans on a gymnast. Who wouldn't want to see that? Some 20-year-old flipping backwards in her 34Cs, jiggling obscenely.
Just going woo, woo, woo.
It never seems to work when, like, you get an Olympics and the girl is, 14 or whatever. And then the next Olympics, she's 18 and has developed but doesn't want to realize it's over, Johnny.
Yeah.
And then they're doing the mat routine, and it just looks like a rug act at the strip club. Looks like they put the slow song on at the strip club.
That's funny, man.
Nice white lycra outfit.
Yeah. Oh, talk about a camel toe.
Yeah.
Just complete camel toe.
Yeah, right. It goes actually up to the breastbone.
Wow.
You guys hear about ugly Chinese girl at the opening ceremonies?
No.
Oh,
Is that her name?
Man. Huh? These guys, you don't watch TV.
I didn't hear about ugly Chinese
You don't
girl.
read papers.
I'm sure I've handed over cash a few times.
Ugly Chinese.
Yeah, you had this. You had this beautiful little Chinese girl singing at the opening ceremonies, and then it turns out that she was lip syncing for the ugly Chinese girl that actually sang the song.
Really?
They did a little switcheroo.
Everything
a
is
little
Milli Vanilli.
Thank you. Yes.
Subterfuge?
Yeah, but and then they showed the girl who actually sang the song and the one they replaced her with.
Oh wow! Really?
There's the ugly one. The Chinese thought she was ugly.
You know, the Chinese government over there in China, very deceptive.
Awful.
God, they're just all very cloak and dagger, very secretive. I hear there's people over there at the airport, and they won't leave until the Chinese government gives their Bibles back. They brought like Bibles with them, and they were confiscated at customs there in China.
Sure.
They don't want any information from the West getting over there. I don't care what it is. You're talking about a book that's a couple thousand years old, you know?
Oh, wait, people are staying for their Bibles?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know they're Budinskis, I know. Just leave. But is that ugly?
No, that's hot. That's hot.
Oh.
Yeah, that was the one they replaced her with.
I can't tell.
What's the difference? They're two little kids. Who cares?
Yeah.
Oh, they've been doing a bunch of trickery over there in China for the Olympics.
Trickery.
Their fireworks display was digitally enhanced.
Was it?
Oh, they're doing all sorts of things. Oh, yeah.
What is with them? Come on.
What was it? The footprints in the sky was that was like digitally enhanced or
They
something?
CGI'd in the fireworks as they came back from break with those giant sweep-in camera overhead shots like a plane coming over Beijing, and you saw these huge fireworks displays that were all perfectly timed with the music. Well, guess what? They were all CGI'd.
Yeah.
Who told on them?
Someone leaked it, and then they confirmed everything. Like this little girl, someone leaked it, and they squeezed them, and they just gave it up right away. Yeah, we needed someone who had perfect face, they said.
They're doing a great job, though, man.
Perfect face.
Perfect face.
I'm watching every night. I don't know what it is about this Olympics, but it's...
Did you see the gymnastics thing the night that we didn't win, but Bella Caroli, or we took like silver and gold, or silver and bronze, and Bella Caroli was going nuts. Because they had Bella Caroli next to Bob Costas watching the routines. And Caroli's like 6'8", and he's screaming, yes, come on, yes, of course, good girl. And Costas is shrinking away, trying to get away from him.
Pederast.
Well, let's start with... Yeah, I think so. He looks like a kid toucher.
Yeah,
He looks like a kid toucher. They should look into him a little bit. And Bob Costas, what is he doing with the freaking dye job?
Oh, is he?
Oh, my God. He has jet black hair. It's very, very creepy to look at.
And then you look at Jim Lampley, who's as gray as anyone's grandfather.
And Lampley is a weirdo. He is a weirdo, that guy. All right, we'll talk about the Olympics a little more. We got to talk about the weightlifting guy who popped his elbow. Have you seen this yet?
I heard about it.
Holy yes. Could be the greatest Olympic moment ever. Popped his elbow. Got to talk about the Jamaican who won the 100-meter dash with his shoe untied and was celebrating. We'll get into that after the break. He could have he broke a world record, but he could have smashed the world record. But he was celebrating as he was still running, which was insane.
Why did he stop to tie his shoe?
And we also have to do a quick break on the stupidest Olympic sport. Is it doubles ping pong or is it that dodgeball / soccer thing they do?
Yeah, team
handball.
Team handball. I don't know.
Oh,
and we'll take more of your phone calls. 877-212-ONA. A big good morning to everybody. Opie and Anthony, little Jimmy Norton. If you're just tuning in, you're missing all the fun. We're recapping Anthony's huge pool party he had, Saturday night?
Yes.
Are you going to have another pool party, people are asking?
I'm having, I'll be having parties, but 10, 12 people, the most.
Yeah.
About 110 people there, and wow. Just too much to handle.
That party didn't seem like it was you. You're not that type of guy.
No,
like,
it's
let's have
kind
an
of hard
all-out
to
party.
be. It's kind of hard to be like the host of a party. I like going to parties. I don't like throwing the parties. There's just too much to do, and I don't know.
I wanted to see you in a tux with a martini, your head split, going, great party, isn't it?
Great party. I go upstairs to the guy in the piggy suit, the bunny suit, the piggy mask on.
I was really bummed I had to leave early. I had stuff to do in Philly, but before I went, you were giving house tours.
Yes.
That turned into a tour of your gun closet.
Yes.
And a tour of basically your guns in general.
Yes.
No one cared about the rest of this beautiful house of yours when they got to the gun closet and let's just say your guns in general.
Well,
And I noticed good old James Ford, smug guy on Channel 11 here in New York City. Right after he took the gun tour, I saw him pretty much fleeing your house. What was that about?
I don't know.
He didn't want to be part of that?
I don't know where he went.
Because I saw Jill go, hey, James, where you going? He's like, I got to get something in my car. And I think that was it for him. I think he left.
I don't know. Was he frightened of all of my artillery?
I think you chased him away. He's like, this is insane. I can't be in this house.
I don't know what happened.
I'm trying to be a legitimate reporter here.
They're all legal. Everything's legal.
I know everything's legal.
Yeah.
It's just disturbing how many you got.
Well, they're all fun.
I think that's what disturbs people.
Gun rhymes with fun.
Yeah.
It's not a coincidence. They're very fun to shoot.
I liked when you were just kind of throwing handguns out onto your bed. Oh, and this one, and this one, and this one.
Well, I
just tossing them around on the bed.
I wanted to, display them.
Yeah.
Hope took a little picture.
And that was early on. I could only imagine what was going on after I left.
Oh, no, I put them all away. I wasn't even, I figured I didn't need to be armed at my own party.
Oh, that was nice of you.
Yeah, I figured I'd throw everyone a bone and not
I'm sure your
armed.
Your guests appreciate that.
You never know when it's going to get out of hand. It's not one of these block parties in Bed-Stuy or something. East New York parties.
Yeah. Oh, boy. Air show. When they show, like... air show footage on TV. That just means one thing: another air show disaster.
You don't want to be the pilot that is in print in the paper where it says horrified spectators looked on as.
Yeah.
You don't want to be the guy they're talking about.
Yeah, it's they never just show pretty loop-to-loops on TV and say, hey, we got some cute air show footage. It's always some horrific thing going on where they're just missing the bleachers, a fireball just missing the bleachers.
You always get the guy's video from the stands, and then you hear like, oh, no, oh, no. That's why you came there, dummy.
Let's say hi to Rob all the way. Yes, there, Jimmy.
It's very bad news for us. Musharraf, Pakistan's president, resigned.
Oh.
And that's a bad thing for the U.S. That's a bad thing for us.
He resigned?
Why did he resign?
I don't know.
Hopefully they'll get some fanatical leader in there that
the whole country hates us. I think they have nukes, and he was, I believe, a military dictator, and he was our guy. So of course his own people hated him. But the fact that he's gone is bad news for the U.S.
Yeah. Let's say hi to Rob in Beijing.
Have to keep an eye on that.
How do you say Beijing? I don't think you say Beijing. Everyone says Beijing, but I think it's more Beijing.
I could still call it Peking.
Is it the old Peking?
They're going back and forth because half the NBC announcers are saying Beijing and some are saying Beijing. And I think the correct is Beijing.
Yeah.
But why would they? No American who doesn't speak Chinese would say it with that accent. Why don't they just say it like everyone else who doesn't live there says it?
Yeah.
I call it land.
No. No one says Beijing.
No.
You sound like you're mispronouncing
It's
it.
Beijing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rob, you're in Bay.
Yeah, guys. Hey, we're listening to the show this morning, and can you guys cool it with the bashing China? Because we would all like to leave here alive.
Oh. A little tense being there as an American.
A little intense. The first day, 2 people got stabbed.
Ooh.
Dude, it wasn't bad at first, but I've been out here now for about a month,
Yeah.
and you start to see under the mask after a while. You know, they're all very nice on the surface, but after a while you get to see under the mask.
Yeah.
I have my beach volleyball cam up in the Pal Talk room for you, Ann.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
Wait, you're watching beach volleyball right now?
Well, there's no action going on right now, but I have the net cam up so you can see the net. You know, when we actually start playing again in about an hour.
Hey, when is the Olympics over?
I think it's Saturday. We're done here Thursday, I believe. I think we do our final medal round on Thursday.
So, wait, are you competing in the Olympics?
No.
No, I'm here with. I'm covering it
Oh, okay.
For what?
for NBC.
Oh, okay. Very cool.
I'm the one that built your studio for you guys at XM.
Yes.
Oh, really?
Yes. Lucky man gets to go all over the place.
All right, Rob. Thank you so
that's,
much.
Tilt.
Enjoy.
All right.
Good luck, man.
Beijing.
Oh, yeah, beach volleyball net cam.
Yeah.
There we go. There's no one there.
Yeah.
It's quite exciting.
You should have the Heine cam.
No.
No. You all know.
What?
You're going to find a Heine cam there.
Yeah, why would you? Not there.
Yeah.
Silly.
I'm with you. All right. Hey, we got the Hungarian weightlifter audio. I can't believe you guys didn't. This thing.
We were watching the clip during a little commercial break. Wow.
Let's get the video up for everybody on ondayradio.com.
That is so nasty to watch.
This is how it went down.
Now, Janos Baranyai from Hungary.
I'm hungry.
If this announcer doesn't go holy ass and start screaming, then he's not human.
Last lift for his snatch discipline. He's been very consistent. 140,
Snatch
then
discipline?
145, now 148 on the bar. That's terrible.
No, that's terrible. No.
For the people that don't know out there, what he just described so casually
No.
was a
It's
guy's
terrible.
elbow bending in a way an elbow shouldn't be bending.
Never.
And then the whole arm snapping back and pretty much knocking the guy out.
His body was shaking and twitching. You remember that clip in Fast Times at Ridgemont High when what's his name, the football player there?
Forrest Whitaker.
Yeah, Forrest Whitaker hits the quarterback and he's just twitching on the ground.
Yeah.
That's what this guy does.
Yeah.
He's laying there shaking and twitching because I guess his brain was so consumed with pain at that moment.
That scream is really... It's amazing how you don't try to keep your cool when you've snapped your elbow with heavyweights. It's like certain things just make all appearances go out the window.
Yes, and that's one of them.
Snapped. He didn't care that he was on television in front of the whole world. It was just agony. And then the Chinese, I guess part of the Olympic, I don't say committee, part of the group, they run out and they all have these signs in front of them that have Beijing Olympics on them.
And they cover up the area.
Yeah.
Nothing to see here.
Yeah, they just kind of
like their... What were you guys saying? Kind of like what they do with their internet and everything else?
Yeah, and all the countries'
Nothing
problems.
to see here, right?
All the country's problems. They're hungry.
Yeah.
Everything. They just kind of cover it up with
so this
a shield.
This guy's elbow popped out of socket. There you go. and then snapped back, and I think it hit him in the head, right? His own arm?
It's an insane sport, this weightlifting, because it's not like every other sport in the Olympics. You're trying to beat the record from the last guy.
Right.
And you see them, they're doing it in running. They top the last guy. Weightlifting, you just got to keep putting on more weight. And you have to reach a point where the body just can't take it anymore.
I'm surprised this isn't happening more often. You're right.
Ugh.
Because all these guys are at the Olympics to set world records. They're almost disappointed if they win the gold and not set a new world record. Here, we backed up the tape. So the announcers, they're just terrific.
No. Oh, that's terrible. Oh, no, that's terrible. Oh, he's dislocated. That's just awful. Now they come and...
Well, that is absolutely tragic, and thank goodness the loaders have come up and blocked that from view, and this young man from Hungary will be in an absolute world of pain, dislocating his left elbow, and gosh, why do we have to see this?
Oh, we don't want to see it again. No. Oh, no. Oh, that's terrible.
Oh, stop showing this, for goodness sake.
Yeah, we don't need to see this anymore, thank you. Well, the pain of it all we don't want to see, but here he is, a very brave lift from the Hungarian. He looked as though he had it at one stage, and it also clipped his back on the way down.
What a bunch of fruits. We should just march in and take their women.
Yeah.
Oh, that's terrible.
Oh,
gosh.
Oh, that's terrible.
It's terrible. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's terrible. Oh.
Oh. That's all they can come up with.
That's,
no. Oh, that's terrible. Oh, no, that's terrible.
Ah, no. Ah, no. What language is that? Is that English?
I'm going to go with Australia.
Ah, no.
Huh?
I think they're New Zealanders.
Are they the Kiwis?
There's a Y in no.
Yeah.
Ah, no.
No. Oh, that's terrible. Oh, no, that's terrible.
That's terrible.
Oh, damn.
Ah, he was listening to Pendulum.
Yeah.
No. Oh, that's terrible. Oh, no, that's terrible.
Ah, no.
You know we have to play that another
Get out of my way. Pendulum is swinging back the other way. I know. That's terrible.
Eric, what's up, buddy? Hold on a minute.
No. Oh, that's terrible. Oh, no, that's terrible.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Oh, get out of my way.
I love this guy. What gets this guy excited if it's not an elbow popping out of socket?
That's as excited
it right
as he
there,
ever
huh?
get. He keeps up his
Let's go to Eric in New York.
class.
That's hysterical, Anthony. What I was going to say was, it looked like it was they came out with those signs like at the horse race. Was it Preakness? Where they're going to put the horse down.
Yep.
Oh yeah. Thought that you're gonna hear a single gunshot behind those covers.
It would have been funny if this coach came out and screamed him to get back up there and pick that weight up. I bet you what do you do to it when an elbow comes out like that?
Oh, I don't think he'll be back.
No, I think that's
a career ender.
I think that's it for him.
Oh,
No. Oh, that's terrible. Oh, no, that's terrible.
Yeah, we need that for the replay immediately.
You know what that's like? That's like when you open your car door too far.
Yeah.
Like open it and push it.
Yeah.
Like open your car door and then push it. And then try to close it. It won't work. I know.
No.
Let's go to Jared in Boston. Jared.
Steve is singing today.
Yeah.
Hey, guys. Good to hear you. Let the tape roll for a little bit. I can only imagine the guy rolling in pain, and kind of the shock of the moment has gone back, and the commentators just go back to nice, cool, calm, and collected.
Yeah, I like how he goes, oh, we don't... I wish I could do the freaking accent, but he goes, oh, we don't need to see this again.
Yeah, and they showed it 5 times.
Yeah.
I again. No. I no.
no. Oh, that's terrible. Oh, no, that's terrible.
No, that's terrible. No.
Oh, we got a new clip for all car crashes and bad phone calls.
Of course, absolutely.
Right, instead of
Kiwi idiot.
it's time to retire this one, and go with this one.
No. Oh, that's terrible. Oh, no, that's terrible.
No. All right.
Why would you lift that much weight?
Put it down.
You don't need to.
No.
They don't do it with practical stuff. Like they ought to put them on stairs and like have them like hoist a piano or something you'd need a friend for. That's couches.
Dude, that's what they do with the strongman competition. You want to see some silly stuff? That's strongman competition.
And they got to throw 55-gallon drums full of water up into a 2-story window.
They have to throw like telephone poles over a wall.
Yeah.
That is the funniest thing to watch. When,
just make those faces.
ESPN 2.
But that's practical strength. You know, sometimes you need a truck tire thrown over a lake. Who doesn't occasionally need a friend to help you?
Yeah. Hey, we also have Bella going crazy watching the gymnastics.
He used to be the trainer, right? Wasn't he one of the...
Yeah, he like, who did he do, Mary Lou?
Wasn't he originally a Soviet...
I think he was Romanian, but
Romanian, that was it.
He did Mary Lou Retton's training and also Carrie Strug.
Yeah,
he's the one who carried her after
up
her ankle cracked.
Well, of course. He saw an opportunity.
Yes, I will carry you. Don't worry.
His wife
like bowling ball.
His wife runs the team now.
Oh, really?
Of course she does. She wants to keep an eye on good old Bella.
Let's take a picture of the time you broke your leg.
Bella. A bit of a creep.
Yeah.
If you think this is something, there's almost a sport within a sport here. And that.
How much do you hate Bob Costas? He had his time, man, but ugh.
Mm-hmm.
Do you like Bob Costas?
I like him, but I haven't watched him announce anything in a long time. This is the first time I'm hearing his voice in a year.
I just don't like the guy. Ugh. That's it. Sometimes you can look at someone, you just know you don't like them.
If you think this is something, there's almost a sport within a sport here. And that sport is watching Bella watch gymnastics. This was as it happened live.
She's an Olympic champion. She'll be an Olympic champion.
Come on! Come on! Beautiful! 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 Yes! 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 She's an Olympic champion! I'm telling you! I'm telling you! I'm telling you! Wow! 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 Wow!
What a douche.
What big meaty hands he has.
We always emphasize here, complete journalistic objectivity is the byword.
What the best! Very nice.
Very nice. Yeah, that sounds like that.
Yeah, she won the great success. What is it? It did have a kind of a Borat sound to him. Now I'm making the sexy time.
Bella, watch gymnastics. This was as it happened live.
Yes!
She's an Olympic champion. She'll be an Olympic champion.
Come on! Come on! Beautiful! Beautiful! Beautiful!
Oh, that's terrible. Oh, no, that's terrible.
What happened?
I'm telling you! I'm telling you! Wow! 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 Great!
And as we always emphasize here, complete journalistic objectivity is the byword.
Wow, wow, wow. Give me your tears, gypsy woman. Wow.
Wow, wow, wow.
Olympic champion. He is a creep. Just a big ghoul.
How big is he?
He's a kind of a stocky guy.
I don't know. He's hanging out with 4'8".
That walrus
8
mustache.
inches,
Yeah, and he's standing next to Costas. He doesn't look. He's probably 6'2", 6'3". He's a big guy.
Yeah. He sounds excited.
Let's go to Jessica in Connecticut. Jessica.
Hey, O&A, I just wanted to call in about Bob Costas.
Hello. That's how I say hello now.
I don't know. I just wanted to call in and say that I think the reason why I can't stand him so much in this Olympics is because they're just making him talk about the dumbest shit on earth.
Oh, look! She's the cursing champion, yes!
All right, thank you.
Little potty mouth.
You're kind of right, though. I mean, the Olympics, there's a lot of fluff.
A lot of stuff to talk about, a lot of downtime.
A lot of downtime.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, now we get to see this Usain Bolt run for 9.69 seconds. The Jamaican sprinter who's just out of his mind. 6'4", 198 pounds. He sets the world record with his shoelace untied, and he's celebrating with 20 meters to go. The announcer's yelling and screaming like, basically saying what a dummy. This guy could have done 9.59, which would be completely insane.
Yeah.
Because when they break the world record in the 100-meter, it's by 1/100th of a second.
What, did he start spinning around or something?
He just
pirouettes? What was he
He's looking to his right. He starts moving his arms. He's just rocking and rolling and partying already.
It was crazy.
What
an idiot.
When that race is all about form and just, going all out right to the end. Let's say hi to
Omar from The Wire. In this picture.
Let's say hi to John in New York. He does look like Omar. John.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, John.
Hey, did you notice how the weightlifter sounded like Bob Kelly when he broke his knee?
Yeah.
Sounded like he was lifting Bob Kelly.
Rob in Jersey. What's up, Rob?
Hey, guys.
Hey.
The second announcer said, "Excellent world of pain." What is so excellent about pain?
He said an excellent world of pain, really?
Excellent.
Is that in the...
Rewind the tape and listen to it carefully. His co-announcer said, "This man's going to be in an excellent world of pain."
Yeah, there's nothing excellent about that, right? Yeah, let's hear the full clip again as we go to break. Thank you, Rob.
No problem.
And the video's up on ondaradio.com.
Where's Jim McKay this Olympics?
Oh, he's dead.
Oh.
He's dead.
Oh.
Did he?
No, Janos Baranyai from Hungary. Nice lift for his snatch discipline. He's been very consistent. 140, then 145, now 148 on the bar. That's terrible. Oh, he's dislocated. That's just awful. Now they're coming.
Well, that is absolutely tragic, and thank goodness the loaders have come up and blocked that from view, and this young man from Hungary will be in an absolute world of pain, dislocating his left elbow, and gosh, why do we have to see this?
Oh, we don't want to see it again. No.
Again.
Oh, that's terrible.
Oh, stop showing this, for goodness sake.
Yeah, we don't need to see this anymore, thank you.
Well, know what that means?
1 cup.
Yeah. Know what that means, by the way? Keep showing it. Keep showing it.
Keep shying it.
We don't need it. Yes, you do.
Yeah, we don't need to see this anymore, thank you. Well, the pain of it all we don't want to see, but here he is, a very brave lift from the Hungarian. He looked as though he had it at one stage, and it also clipped his back on the way down.
Yeah, well, there you go. All right, we got to take a break. When we get back, we got another message from Jimmy. The post-surgery message you left for everybody.
Oh, I forgot I even left that one.
I got to hear that. And, well, the Yankees are out of it, but you got John Sterling really.
Are they out of it?
Pretty much.
Good.
Pretty much.
That's what you get, stupid asses. How many big...
Pretty much, Jimmy.
Johnny Damon. Damonic.
Well, he's got a grand slam call. That's pretty terrific, considering the Yankees are not making the playoffs this year.
They're not even making the playoffs.
They're what, 6 games out of the wild card even or something like that?
A-Rod
Horrid.
is a bum.
You are a bum.
What a bum.
The applicant is a bum.
They just got Pudge Rodriguez. A great big free agent signings. You stink. Good. Beat it. Out of the playoffs. Adios. Here's your hat. What's your hurry? Go home, sissies.
Also on the way, a great clip from Ernest Borgnine.
Ernest Borgnine?
Yeah, he's 91 years young.
91?
And,
I'm sure he's saying something relevant and smart.
You haven't heard this clip yet?
No, I haven't.
Oh, stick around. It's going to give you the secret to his long life, my friend. It's going to be a scream. Opie and Anthony. Moving right along with the Opie and Anthony show. First day back from the big vacation.
I had a staycation, I call it. That's where you don't go anywhere.
Yeah, we all did, actually.
A staycation.
Stayed close to home.
I had a gaycation.
A gaycation. Yes, it's wonderful.
Yes, that's where you bite a pillow in any hotel in the country.
Why? You guys read the stupid post today?
Yes.
With that actor?
In the little blind item.
Well,
it's called a blind item. They give you a little info, and you're supposed to figure it out yourself, so then they don't get sued. Apparently.
Yeah, but it's page 6, and Richard Johnson, who they don't really feel like checking their facts, so But this is what they're writing today. What are they writing today, Anthony, in the Just Asking column?
Well,
did they get this one right, Richard?
I don't know if where the hell is it?
Here.
You got it?
I love this one.
It's so sexy. Boy, I'm sure this guy doesn't want this coming out. Which hunk in a summer movie? So it's a hunk, guy considered a hunk in a movie that's out this summer, is a violent, closeted homosexual.
Wow.
The heartthrob snuck into his ex's apartment a few months ago and raped him so violently the ex ended up in the hospital. And the actor paid him $500,000 to keep his yap shut.
Funny, after making him open it.
Put him in the hospital. Yeah, that's how you executive produce.
All right, so it's a summer movie.
Summer movie hunk.
What are some summer movies?
Well, it's not
Tropic Thunder.
It's not an action film, obviously, where they would have said action hero.
Yeah.
Which hunk is in a summer movie?
We got Robert
Matthew
Downey.
McConaughey's a hunk.
Robert Downey Jr.
Robert Downey Jr.
Got Matthew McConaughey.
He's been known to do some wacky things.
The hunk.
And he was naked once playing the bongos.
Playing the bongos. Guy was over the house.
And then you got that other guy from the Journey to the Center of the
Got a girl in the car.
What was the Journey movie?
Journey to the Center of the Earth and The Mummy there. Brendan Fraser.
Brendan Fraser. And then you got Will Smith, but that's more of an action hero.
Yeah, he's not gay.
So.
No.
Nah. But I wonder if it's...
I would say, my opinion, just based on what I've heard in the past, I'd say Matthew McConaughey.
That would be my fantasy. Is that it would be him.
Like just crazed and all violent.
Yeah, and then he talked to me in that stupid southern accent he uses. Creep. I can't think of anyone else who it would be. Because is the Hulk a summer movie?
I don't think Robert Downey Jr. is considered a hunk heartthrob. That's why people are saying that, but I don't know.
No, he's not. It would have said drug addicted, or it would have said something about his drug problem.
Bad boy. Would have been what Hollywood bad boy.
Is it...
How do you send him to the hospital after? You just know what it is. Excuse me.
Yeah, of course you do.
Yes, I washed this white sock with my red shirt. Came out pink.
Yeah. God was sleeping like Gump after he got shot. How awful was that?
Oh.
You got to fork over $500,000 because you did a good job.
Yeah.
It's probably the best $500,000 he ever spent.
Yeah.
Who wouldn't want to put their ex in the hospital with a good rogering?
Jimmy, I got something for you today.
Swung on and driven at deep right center. Hit is high, mid is far, and is gone. Oh, he thought right field all right. He drilled it out in the right center field bleachers. The Giambino. It's a grand slam. The Giambi grand slams in the right center field seats, and the Yankees take a 10-3 lead.
And the Yankees are still 9 games behind Tampa Bay.
The Giambino.
And 5 games behind the Boston Red Sox.
Yankees are behind Tampa Bay
by 9 games.
9 games.
And he's calling home runs like that.
You
Shut up.
Asses.
Ugh.
Yeah, keep wasting big free agent money.
Mm-hmm.
A-Rod, just a bum.
Useless.
You're worthless. Worthless. Good. I hope they never win again. Bunch of creeps.
Well, that would be almost impossible, Jimmy.
I know.
They play a lot of games.
No, I meant
They'll
a championship.
probably
Not a game.
win a game.
They might just win 1 or 2. You know?
I meant a championship.
Oh, okay.
A great dynasty. Right into the toilet. That's what you get for being rude, stupid.
What sport is it possible where you never win another game?
You never win another game.
Baseball, it's safe to say that you're going to win a few.
That's a tough one.
That's a tough one, right?
A lot of games.
A lot of games.
Yeah, even football, you're going to win 1.
Yeah.
Speaking of football, I think I'm on the Brett Favre train there.
Brett Favre?
Favre.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm starting to get excited about football. I'm starting to get excited about the Jets.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think so.
You think he's going to be
he's going to make
all that, as they say?
I was like, ugh, when I heard that the Jets did this, but now I'm thinking, yeah, this is a good move for the Jets. It's bringing a lot of excitement to Jersey.
Jet fans do seem to be pretty happy with the situation.
And what I love about it is no one's talking about the Giants, who won the Super Bowl. It's like, whatever, that other team. It's all about the Jets and Brett Favre.
That was last year.
Brett Favre.
Brett Favre.
And in his first game with the Jets, a little 5 for 6, 48 yards, and a TD pass. He did one series and did very well. Are you a football fan, Jimmy?
Oh, yeah.
Well, the Cowboys, right?
But I still want to see...
America's team.
Yeah, but I don't follow even football as close. I don't follow any sports as closely as I used to.
No, huh?
Nah, because most jocks I just don't like. Most of the ones I've met, not all of them, but a lot of them are just big, dumb douches.
Well, they're jocks.
Exactly.
Yeah. That's what they do.
They always try to be funny, and they never are.
Yeah.
Do what you do. How about this? You inject steroids and hopefully hurt yourself, and I'll be the funny worm. Why don't we compromise on that?
Look at this guy.
Yeah, good one. Stupid.
All right, Jim. We got your post-surgery message too. This is a new thing Jimmy's doing. He leaves little messages for his fans.
Yeah, the number's 917-267-2602. I make no money from this, so I don't think this is some where we're going to screw you for money. This is free.
Why are you doing this?
I like doing it, man. It's fun to update. And I can listen to fan messages. They're all on my MySpace page. Like all fan messages are public, and all my messages are public.
So why don't we play some of these? Some of the better ones.
Patty left me when I downloaded it.
The phone number's up on owendayradio.com if you want to listen to what Jimmy's saying. But this is the message he left after his nose job.
I have not heard this.
How's your nostrils? Are they back to normal?
Well,
Look up.
Here's the left
Look
one.
up.
Ooh.
Air is coming through a little bit, but the left one will. It'll take weeks before I can really breathe. I still can't breathe when I lay down. You know, it'll be a while. I'm still shooting this little saline up my nose to keep it.
Ooh. Simply saline.
But I put my finger in my nose, I can feel like stitches.
Maybe you shouldn't put your finger in your nose.
It's hard not to when you want. I want to scrape the blood boogers out.
No, shut up.
Well, I'm trying to tell you something. They're like little cornflakes.
Oh God. That's the difference between you and I. Because if I had that surgery, I'd still be bleeding because I wouldn't be able to keep my fingers out of my nose.
Yeah, you have to stop though because it hurts. It's like I got a couple out. But
yeah,
it's just the stitches right there.
All right, let's go to Mike in Connecticut. Mike,
guys, what's going on, man?
What's up, Mike?
Jimmy, I love you, man.
Thank you.
I just want to say, can you please shut up and stop jinxing the Jets, man?
Oh, God, he did just come out and say that he likes the whole thing with the Jets and Brett Favre, and it was honest. And
Please, I'm I'm a diehard Jets fan, Ope. We can't have you saying stuff on the radio, man.
You're excited or what?
I'm very pumped. I was at the game Saturday. I gave him a big standing ovation with that touchdown and everything, you know. Even though preseason football sucks, like you guys mentioned, but, you know, it was nice to see Favre and good to see some positive energy in the stadium.
Yeah. But, you know, this is one of those situations that happens from time to time. You know, Brett Favre is going to play for the Jets for a couple of years, and then he's going to go back and go in the Hall of Fame as a Packer, and everyone's going to pretty much forget that he ever played for the Jets.
It's true, but, you know...
Unless he wins the Super Bowl. That's the only way he gets out of this, by the way.
That's true. You're right. But it's better than what we had. You know, we had Pennington who couldn't throw past 10 yards, so
Yeah.
we're good.
All right, man. Well, well, Chad did all right for the Dolphins, though. All right, well...
He's going to listen to
Sure.
himself.
All right. End of conversation. Here's Jimmy post-surgery and what he left for everybody.
Hey, it's Jim. I just got home from surgery. It's about 7 o'clock at night. And I mean, it hurts. It really is painful. I'm not bleeding as much as I thought I would. But I feel a little queasy. I puked a little bit before.
That is, can I just say something? That is the perfect calling in sick voice. That is the voice I used to strive for whenever I would call up Apollo Air Conditioning or any of my other jobs. That is the ultimate voice that I was trying for when I'd be like, I can't make it in. I'm so sick. I really don't feel it. You got it down. That's like real agony.
Yeah, I couldn't. I was in pain, but it's so hard to talk because my lips were so swollen, and I had taken a Percocet at the hospital.
Ooh.
I was in real pain. I mean, it was hurting.
Yeah.
So it was, you know, I was groggy.
I understand.
I was groggy.
I like hearing it.
I backed it up. I want to try something here.
Hey, it's Jim. I just got home from surgery. It's about 7 o'clock at night. And I mean, it hurts. It really is painful.
Oh, that's terrible. Oh, no, that's terrible.
I got to work on it. I need just that one, the one part of that
It's
clip.
terrible. Yeah, that's terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, let's listen to Jimmy without interrupting.
I just got home from surgery. It's about 7 o'clock at night. And I mean, it hurts. It really is painful. I'm not bleeding as much as I thought I would. But I feel a little queasy. I puked a little bit before because I think I swallowed some blood during the surgery. My lips are swollen. I look like an idiot. So I don't even know what I can eat tonight. And my stupid doctor prescribed Tylenol with codeine, which is not strong enough. So I need something stronger because my teeth and my gums, I can feel it in. It's like the whole inside of my mouth hurts. My nose does too. But I'm surprised I'm not bleeding a little bit more. I mean, I'm not complaining. I'm happy. I guess this is what it's like to get a call from me when I'm up. I'm glad I don't drink or drug anymore. I sound like this all the time.
Stop.
All right, I'm okay. I just feel kind of crappy and a little sick, and I want to eat something, but I'm afraid I'll throw it up. I can't even get right now because makes my head kind of like, you know, like that intense blood rush.
Oh.
I have a gauze on my nose. It's actually bad.
I feel like
my mouth is very dry.
You were,
I'll talk to you later.
you were talking about the fact you couldn't have sex, right?
I couldn't. Well, I was thinking of
something else.
No, sex, but not with anyone else.
Right.
I was
Sure.
bummed I couldn't even, you know, just enjoy
Couldn't do
myself.
that. That was like a conversation where you pull up the chair bedside at the hospital and have to listen to that.
I know.
Like that was what that conversation was. Really? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Oh God, yeah.
But you look good. You look good.
When are visiting hours over?
You look good. Yeah, no kidding.
I was.
Who hasn't been in that situation? Holy crap! 45 minutes to go.
I was definitely a little pilled out at that point.
Yeah, you're a little groggy.
A little groggy.
Oh, poor Jimmy.
Little bit.
What a boob.
Poor Jeannie.
Yammering.
And I don't feel it. I puked a little bit.
Yeah.
Nurse, could you get the nurse for me? I didn't get my Jell-O.
That was what made me do it. Applesauce.
Oh.
And vomited blood and applesauce.
Nice.
Yeah, it looked like a nice brain medley in a little vomit thing.
Like George Harrison's Q-tips.
No, that's how they knew when he sneezed. When you'd see that on the left and right wall at the same time.
Well, someone called me maid.
Well, either someone threw blood pudding into the fan, or old George got a little pepper in his nose.
Why?
Little pet dander.
Poor guy.
Yeah, always.
Speaking of which, Beatles, Mark David Chapman, he's going to stay in jail.
Good.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they did another one of those parole hearings.
And
what are they
what,
doing? Maybe 5 or 6 years, something like that? They denied him parole. And
Oh,
Yoko's
good.
like, look, you're not safe out there in the real world. People hate you. That's basically what she was saying. People hate you and you're safer in jail.
Well, apparently the guy that shot Reagan there has been given all kinds of freedoms.
Yeah, he's walking around more and more these days.
Let that guy visit anyone he wants, his family.
And they say it's unsupervised visits, but there's like black choppers
Secret
and stuff.
Service guys watching him.
I'm sure they implanted some kind of GPS device in him when he was sleeping. They're claiming that he's unsupervised when he gets to go see his parents or something.
Yeah, they say he's like, he's better.
Yeah.
He's all better now.
How about this? Too bad. How about this? When you decide to shoot the president, you never get out of jail. How about that?
Yeah.
I don't care if you're better.
That should
Too bad.
That should just be a rule.
Oh,
Should be mandatory.
We should start making our
Look
own
at that.
rules.
Poor stupid James Brady with the divot in his head. This guy's got to walk around like that. Does he walk?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Well, he's got to, whatever.
He probably tries to walk every once in a while. Let's say hi to...
I'm sure he doesn't like the fact that he's just walking around.
It's awful.
Let's go to Brian. Brian.
Hey, what's up, boys?
Hey.
Jimmy, I just want to let you know I really loved you at the end of Brian's song. The way Yes Sayers was talking to you, you really stole it. I loved it.
That's good.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Instead of Brian Piccolo, it was Jim Dillido.
Randy's got the call of the day right here, though. Randy, Massachusetts, listening on BCN. What's up, Randy?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey.
Hey, you sure Jim's not the ex-boyfriend that got raped and sent to the hospital?
Oh, is that it? Yes. He came in very late at night, and I hurt him very much.
Nice. More of your phone calls in just a bit. 877-212-0-A. When we get back, a fine clip from Ernest Borgnine, the great Ernest Borgnine.
Is he talking about Escape from New York?
What movies was he was in that?
Sure.
What else was he in? Was he in Kelly's Hero? No, he wasn't.
No, he
Kelly's
was in
Heroes, right?
McHale's Navy.
Oh, McHale's Navy.
That
sure.
was his big thing that he was in.
Poseidon
He was in
Adventure.
the Poseidon Adventure.
With fat Shelley Winters.
No, he played the cop that was with the blonde.
No, I know the young
Yeah.
the young thing.
He was the cop and she was the prostitute, and they were hooking up.
Hey, you're Snake Plissken.
Wow. Not a bad Ernest Borgnine.
That's all I only do that one.
No
line.
one does Ernest Borgnine.
There's a reason for it. No one cares about him.
Well, he's 91. He looks like he's in his early 70s.
Airwolf, too, of course. Airwolf.
Okay.
Was he in the Magnificent Seven?
Yeah.
He won an Oscar in Marty. He played
that dumb Marty movie.
way back when.
Was Marty retarded?
No, but if it was, he obviously wouldn't have gone full retard.
Full retard.
I saw that effing movie the other night again.
I saw
with
it.
the
It was
Philly
good.
Crew. You saw Tropical Thunder?
I liked it, yeah.
Tropic Thunder, I mean?
I don't like Jack Black in movies that much. I don't think
He was pretty effing good. I got to give it to him.
a couple of funny lines, but I did like the movie.
Robert, how great was Robert Downey
He should
Jr.?
be nominated.
For 400 years.
He was great. He was great.
You like Simple Jack?
Hilarious, yes. Hilarious. Simple Jack was very funny.
And what about Tom Cruise?
He was great. I mean,
amazing, right?
Yeah, he really was interesting. I mean, I just enjoyed watching him. There was a couple of profile shots of Cruise, and he just looked disgusting. And he really was attacking the studio heads nicely.
Yeah, he plays a Jewish studio
Les
head.
Grossman.
Right. And when he pulled out his gold medallion and started doing the rap dance, holy ass.
Yeah, but the studio heads probably do use like rap lingo, like they're gangsters, just these nerds.
Yeah.
And yeah, he really had them pegged.
The movie was fun, though, man.
Yeah, I enjoyed it.
There was a lot of stuff going on in that thing.
I still like Something About Mary better, to be honest with you.
Really?
That's one of my favorite comedies of all time, but I did like this. It was very funny.
Right on. Opie and Anthony. Show's flying by today.
Yes.
Big booyah to everybody today.
Booyah.
Booyah.
They point out how stupid NBC is, like every other network. In the bottom left-hand corner, they have, like every other pukey network, their little logo. They have to have 80% of the screen taken up by garbage and stock tickers, which no one reads. But they're showing a photo finish between the two swimmers. And of course, you can't see the final results because these dummies leave their little logo on. And so you can't, it's obscured the bottom swimmer.
I don't know.
So stupid.
Who is watching the videotape that they know they're going to use as a highlight thing and not taking into consideration that it is going to be totally obscured? The focal point of the clip itself is going to be completely obscured by the station's graphic, which has had to gotten so big now that, it cuts the screen in a third.
It used to be very subtle. It used to be like kind of
maybe
like
transparent a little bit in the corner. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
It just, now, it like you would think if you're looking at the clip, you would go, all right, there's going to be a problem. We're not going to be able to see this part of the clip, like the photo finish. But they don't seem to care.
They've allowed their graphics departments to go, like right now, the NBC one, the peacock wings are falling off and it's morphing into a Today Show sign. And it says Decision 2008, narrowing the VP choices. And there's color explosions in this little bar. And under the bar, there's scrolling news. No one is reading that scrolling news.
There's the time, there's the temp.
Up to the top.
They have to even tell you it's live. I think we can at least figure that out. I think we can figure out that they're talking live right now.
Television, they
really should with that. It's about time, that graphic. They just move it.
Get it?
Like, just move it to the left when you have to. Because they're not going to get rid of that logo anytime soon.
How much do we need? How much do you need on the TV screen? Just get rid of it.
Yeah.
Plus, with your stupid cable guide, you always know what channel you're on anyway, because you hit search and you know where you're going.
And most people don't even care what channel they're on. We don't care as much as they do. It really affects golf coverage. Here's a 50-foot putt, and the logo's right over the hole.
Yeah, right over the hole. You can't see it.
Every single time.
And that's just terrible production. They just have a lot of bad people involved, and they probably need to fire a lot of people and get rid of them. They don't know how to do If they don't know how to do the watermarking, then they should just get rid of these people.
Yeah.
And get new people in there who are a little more internet savvy and know how to kind of mix a video and not show the key part.
Yeah, you can't see the key part of the video.
Under a logo. God, they suck.
All right, let's get to the Ernest Borgnine clip.
Ooh, Ernie Borgnine, I like to call him.
I think he's got a book talking about his life or something. He was on one of these local news channels.
It's a cool book. It's called I Actually Died 5 Years Ago.
He's still rocking, man. 91. He's still rocking.
Is he really rocking?
No. You got to see the video.
In his own feces.
You got to see the video. Not only is he still rocking, I think he would beat the crap out of us. I don't think he could take a 91-year-old Ernest Borgnine. I don't think it's possible. No.
You don't want to meet the Duke, Snake. Stupid Isaac Hayes. Blinking rapidly.
Here we go.
To the show, but real quickly, you're 91 years old. You look fantastic. You look like you're in your late 60s, early 70s. What's the secret?
I don't dare tell you.
No meat. You don't eat meat.
I masturbate a lot.
Okay, I
think... He leaned over and whispered it.
Where was that?
Fox.
He's got a mic on, dummy.
Yeah, he's an older man.
He whispered it. Oh, my God.
He did a Jesse Jackson. He did his Jesse Jackson impression. Is this thing on? Because I'm about to tell you something. All right, this is between you and I, right? Okay.
You know how during
my secret.
An interview they'll put like Ernest Borgnine in the graphic and then put like maybe something he just said?
Yeah.
They ought to put that on the comments.
Yeah.
Ernest Borgnine, he just said.
Yeah. The clip's up on ondaradio.com. Look at him, though. For 91, come on. Come on. He looks great.
Looks the same as he ever did. He's always looked old.
He leans over and whispers this in, what's his name's ear there.
No meat. You don't eat meat.
I masturbate a lot.
Okay, I think... Thank you, Ernie. That was great.
I actually heard that.
Ernie, have you ever been on YouTube?
Listen, Yesterday.
What are you talking about? This guy. Okay, we're going to take a quick time out. He'll be in the after the show. Log on to foxandfriends.com. I just shook his hand.
That's kind of funny. Wouldn't that be funny if he shook his hand and he wasn't kidding? Like, he had to wipe it on his pants or something.
Yeah, exactly. Fast forward an hour, guy's rinsing tapioca off his fingers. What happened?
That's the best we could do with that clip because we weren't even allowed to play it until about an hour ago.
That's all right.
But that clip
Just Ernie Borgnine.
That clip is everywhere today.
Talking about longevity.
Yeah.
See there, Jim?
Oh, they'll be saying that, Mr. Norton, you're 3,500 years old.
What's your secret, my friend? What else is going on?
My elbow will be, by that time, my elbow will be snapped like that bodybuilder.
He'll be shaking on your bed, arm bent behind your head.
His elbow just couldn't take it anymore. It finally gave out.
Wish we had some music or something.
What?
Some music. I'm in the mood for music.
Yeah. Tell you the truth.
Yeah.
I like to hear some live
singing,
music.
maybe.
Singing. Somebody that maybe has some singing talent in here.
Oh, Steve?
Oh, of course.
Yeah, Steve, we gave him one lousy assignment while we were away.
And
he was supposed to sing some Acoustic Foundry music today.
Let's get him in.
Is it acoustic, or are we going to maybe do a karaoke type
You can do whatever.
version?
I bet you Steve can still belt it out.
Steve, how was your vacation?
That was wonderful. Thank you very much.
What'd you do?
I had a staycation, and at the end of it, we went to Aunt's house. And
yes, everyone was there.
I got lots of rest. I was very glad for it.
Yeah. Cool.
Nice and relaxed.
Yes.
Yeah, good.
Working on the pipes all week?
No, but I was warned. You better not sing in front of them before you sing in front of me. Yeah.
Really?
Your lady friend wants you to sing in front of her?
Yeah, my girl wants me to sing for her.
It's a gentleman friend.
Yeah, my girl wants me to sing for her.
What does she want you to sing?
She wants me to sing one of her favorite country songs, and I said I will, and it's just
whoa, we're on to something. Why don't you practice on the show?
Sing country?
What's her favorite country song?
Yeah.
It's a Rascal Flatts song, and the name of which is escaping me right now because can't think of it. But
how's it go? Like, what's the tempo? Does anybody know?
Oh, it's very
get out of my way.
Is that a big song?
No, it's not one of their bigger songs, so it's not something that would be.
Well, we got to hear it now. What, you don't know the title, or somebody out there will get it if you give us some clue.
Yeah.
Trying to think. It's not one of the bigger ones. It was one of the first ones on one of their first albums, so it's not anything that's too recent. But yeah, I got the warning that if I don't sing in front of her first, then I better not sing. I better not sing in front of you guys because she's been asking me for 9 months.
So obviously you're going to be singing today for us, right?
But it's it's for the show, so that falls into a different category.
Sure.
Otherwise, you'll have all day to sing in front of her.
Yes.
You'll be from 6 to 9, have nothing to do.
Yeah, no kidding.
Speaking of, so you're not prepared, right?
I know the song.
Well, how about the
Is
last
it a song called "Assless Chaps"?
Ooh, no.
Well, how about you practice and you give us a little something after the break?
Okay.
You got to do something. You got to give us something.
All right, I will practice. I will practice my song, and I will go, and I will give you something after the break.
Cool. Speaking of country songs, I don't know if anyone's going to care about this, but the I-Man sent me an email.
Yeah.
He was checking in, and I told him how much I hate Fareed now.
Oh, yeah.
This dopey Fareed that supposedly we were close with, and he takes us off a bunch of stations without even a phone call or an explanation. That's a wonderful way to run a radio company. And Imus is on a lot of Fareed stations, right?
Yeah.
So he writes me, want me to find out what's up with Fareed? And then he goes, have you heard "She Left Me for Jesus" by Hayes Carl? Imus is calling it the greatest country song ever in big capital letters written. And like I said, I don't know if this is even worth bringing up on the air. I don't know, but you want to listen to a piece of this song and see
a country moment
and see why he thinks this is the greatest country song ever written. You got it? All right. This is "She Left Me for Jesus" by Hayes Carl. God, I hope this is the most racist country song ever. How great would this be?
Since high school, we never once left this town. We used to go out on the weekends, and we'd drink till we drown. But now she's acting funny, and I don't understand. I think that she's found some other man. She left me for Jesus, and that just ain't fair.
I think Imus is losing his mind.
A little taste.
Just because Imus knew him personally doesn't mean she's a great song.
She's one of those born again broads.
Yeah.
Born again broads.
All right.
All right. So we got Steve. He's getting ready to sing, right?
Yes.
We'll do that after the next break.
Steve's gonna sing for us. You know, Steve was Stephen Carr back in a little band called Foundry.
Ooh.
Years back.
Get some Rotten Tomatoes. Love to flow.
Just throw them out like old school cabbage
Rotten
things.
fruit. Yeah, just things that they would throw in the 20s.
Yeah.
The King Kong show.
I have a few jokes I'd like to throw in there.
You and me both. Ones that would even get us booted from satellite.
Exactly.
Let's go to Tim in Boston. Tim.
Just wanted to let Steve know that it didn't even sound like he was working on his improv skills either during the vacation. The guy thinks.
Why? What did he say that was badly improv?
When you asked him about his girlfriend, if it was his boyfriend, he said, "Yes, my girlfriend." This is it.
Oh, I didn't even.
He didn't even want to acknowledge.
No.
Yes, I'm not going. I won't acknowledge your gay jokes anymore.
What a queer.
And then you got Burger King Bath, dude. I kind of like this a lot, actually. Guy who celebrated his birthday by taking a bath in the big Burger King sink. Did you see this video?
Oh,
yet?
yeah.
What an ass.
Yeah, I took a look at that one.
What an ass. Here's the story.
This is just a portion of almost 4 minutes of shocking video posted on MySpace. They captured.
What's shocking about it, really? Guy took a bath in a huge sink. Who gives a crap?
Posted on MySpace. It captures the employee, self-described Mr. Unstable, bathing nude in a large stainless steel sink as several other employees and a store manager witnessed the incident. Though they don't appear to do anything to stop the sink shenanigans, the video began to make its rounds throughout the community Monday morning with an attached warning. One recipient, the Greene County Health Commissioner, Mark McDonald. McDonald immediately sent staff to the Xenia Burger King store to investigate the numerous health code violations. He says the restaurant was aware of the incident and has already taken steps to clean up.
A guy named McDonald is going to Burger King to rat him out on health issues?
Yeah.
Well, that seems like a conflict.
You can't account for everybody's stupid actions, but when things do happen, if you respond quickly to it and take the appropriate action, that's reassuring.
But some diners...
This is brilliant, though. The guy
shocking video.
Everyone's trying to figure out their YouTube video. The guy figured it out. This thing's huge.
He's naked in there.
Yeah, he's just
in the
naked
sink
in the huge sink.
in the back.
What's shocking about it? It's a dumb sink. No, they're not cooking the food in the sink.
They wash the dishes in it.
Obviously, the guy's got to get fired and all that, but it's not shocking. I don't think you really could let this guy continue after this. But
No.
But to call it shocking, like they're flipping burgers in the sink.
They're using bubbles.
Doesn't it look like it would be really gross to sit in there?
Yeah.
Very greasy.
With the background, Burger King background? Like, why would you do that?
But some diners don't agree. Crystal Dodge says she used to eat at Burger King all the time.
It's wrong. I mean, this is a place where families come to eat.
Shut up.
Them taking a bath in the sink, that's just not work ethic.
Do you know what you're putting in your system, you dumb broad?
It's not
Shut
work
up.
ethic.
If you're bringing your family to eat there, you're right. Like it's a health.
Right.
Like it's a fancy. I almost said the Olive Garden. I stopped myself. Like trash.
That fancy place.
Like it's some kind of vegetarian cuisine they're scarfing down. Shut up, it's a family place.
Exactly, no families bathe.
How many calories are in that crap? Shut up. Shut up.
Yeah, he looks like a real wild guy.
He probably knew he was going to get fired, but it's worth getting fired from a Burger King job.
Yeah.
Go to McDonald's. I'll never hire you. Aren't you the guy who put his bag in the sink?
Make it sound like he's some kind of CEO of a company. It's a dumb prank at Burger King. Anthony on Long Island, what's up?
Yeah, I wanted to ask a question to Jimmy about the Bob Saget roast.
Yes.
Why was Norm Macdonald so not funny? Was there an inside joke?
I thought Norm was funny. What he did was Norm did this character where he was just like an old man jokes, like completely innocent, goody two-shoe jokes. Like he said, like one of his jokes was, Bob takes vitamins A, B, C, D, E, F, and G. So how come he still looks like H? Like instead of hell, like that was the tone of his jokes. And it was so purposeful.
That's funny.
And once people caught on to what he was doing, people started to really laugh. He totally committed to it. It was totally different.
Yeah, completely the opposite of what a roast is supposed to be.
That's why he's so great.
And he was
That's
trying
funny.
to make dumb Bob laugh, and that's what was
You either love him or absolutely just hate the guy.
But yeah,
There's no in between with Norm Macdonald.
I thought it was really funny, man, and I didn't.
We have his set. Can we get a little taste of Norm Macdonald? I haven't seen the roast yet.
I saw part of his. I was happy with the way my set came out, but they took a tremendous amount of stuff out, obviously. But some of the ones they took out, I was like, ah. But whatever, it's a time issue too.
Like good ones?
Well, yeah. I mean, I did a lot of them on just to say Cloris Leachman's genitals, and one about her breasts that they took out. I was like, ugh.
Oh, one of the jokes they took out.
Yeah.
Well, you meant a breast.
Oh, yes.
The fact that you were joking about it.
Oh, no. No.
Kidding, of course.
All right, when we get back.
Oh, God, I hope there was.
Yeah.
Oh, my God, I hope that wasn't an issue and I didn't know it. Good boy. How do you check that one out first?
Yeah, exactly.
Give a quick hug. Wow, that didn't even occur to me.
Hey, you never know.
Oh, no, because the joke I did.
Oh, no.
Let's just say I used the vulgar word for breasts.
Yes.
But I said Cloris Leachman is in legal action right now. She's suing Rotten Tomatoes from naming a website after her breasts. And I was like, oh, my God. I hope
God.
That's funny.
It was. I hope there was
That is
one
good.
I didn't know about.
Tomato.
Come on. Yeah, like.
Oh, what if she's just sitting there?
Oh God, I hope.
Oh
not.
boy.
Oh boy.
The padded bra.
Oh, that would make me feel worse than anything I've ever said in my life.
Yeah.
True. I didn't know it. She was hilarious.
Yikes.
All right, we'll do some mopping up, and one of those things will be Steve singing after the break.
Please.
You better do some singing for us after the break.
And improv.
You know what I like? By the way?
What?
I like this new setup here. I have nothing against E-Rock. But it is nice when we go to break to not hear, go! Go! Holy Jesus, what was wrong with him? He couldn't just sit there. I see Danny's got the headset mic. He puts it right against his mouth and does a little, go. Like you don't hear it. He was like on mic, break, go!
He was
like he's sending paratroopers out the door.
We're going to miss E-Rock. He was fun, though.
E-Rock.
Where's he going?
What?
What?
It's not sitting there anymore.
He's gone, bro. You didn't know
No, you
that?
won't see him no more.
No, he can't go.
He's gone. What are you talking about? Have you seen him yet today?
Where's
Jimmy?
E-Rock?
I saw him in the morning.
There's Travis, beautiful Travis behind the glass.
Mm-hmm.
Wait a minute.
Our own Danny is now at the helm back there.
Well, where is Dummy Rock? You know what? I don't even know if I saw him this morning.
You did not.
Stunt
You
Brain.
won't be seeing him no more.
Stunt Brain had a plan.
Hey, Danny.
Oh, wow.
Go!
The Opie and Anthony Show.
First day back from vacation, Opie and Anthony. Thanks for checking us out today. We appreciate it. We're kind of going over all the stuff we missed while we were gone. A lot of good stuff happened while we were gone. A lot of good Olympic stuff. A nice little war flared up. Russia and Georgia.
Yeah.
I didn't know Atlanta had firepower.
Yes, very, very. The Russians invaded Georgia. And
weird.
we didn't even know about it.
But
I don't
after you
care.
take out Atlanta, then what else is there to do?
Well, they actually retreated after seeing Freaknik. They got very scared, ran off.
I like the fact the Soviets are back. I like that they did this. I like the fact. I want the Soviets to start taking countries back over again.
Start taking them again.
I can deal with them before religious fanatics any
Yeah.
day. And I kind of want the European Union. No, you've been piping up for a long time.
To go, hey, but what about these guys here?
Yeah, how about the Russians start marching in and go, you know what, Romania, we don't like what's happening over here.
So you're ours again. We're rebuilding. That's what they should do, those Russians. They need the Soviet Union back. Who knew we'd actually be wanting the Soviets back?
I can't wait to get them back.
When that Iron Curtain came down, we were all happy. Everybody's like, yay, we won. Ugh. Won what? A Europe that can't stand us and holds their euro over our head. And religious fanatics that blow our crap up. Those Soviets, they knew how to handle stuff. Like, I don't like the Chinese communism. That's not fun. They don't really do a lot of muscle flexing around the world. They're good with the money. They're good with taking our cash and selling us rubber vomit, whatever the hell they do. But, you know, those Russians, they were good at keeping Europe quiet and on their toes.
The Chinese, for some reason, don't need to muscle flex. Everyone is scared of the Chinese.
Yeah, sheer numbers, they win.
You just know that if the Chinese have get into it in a war situation, it's going to be a major problem.
Yeah.
No one's giving them any trouble.
Yeah, you can't even be involved in a little altercation with them.
There's a billion of them.
Yeah.
They don't need weapons. They just send people over to punch you.
Over and over again.
Imagine that. There's just like 50 guys punching every one person. Ow, stop it.
Ow, 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 ow.
Yeah, the Russians are getting a little spunky again. That's good to see.
Is Putin still there?
No, he's gone.
Did he leave?
Putin.
Yeah.
He's the puppet master.
Yeah.
Yeah, is he? Hey,
yeah.
Steve was giving me a little earful in the office.
Oh, how did it feel? Warm?
I figured this is
How do you have to reciprocate?
I guess his girl. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Yes, wink.
Or
wink.
is it? Did we see this girl at the pool party?
Yes. Yeah.
So she exists.
Oh, yeah,
Of course.
All right, I'm just asking.
Oh yeah. No, she's very real, and she's upset that I agreed to sing before. I agreed to sing on air before I agreed to sing to her, and I understand how, and she's understandably upset with me right now.
Understandably, I don't know. I understand.
Why
she is,
understandably?
but, you know,
Why?
Because she's been asking me for 8 months, I think, to sing her song for her, and I
Tell her
haven't.
to toughen up.
Yeah, toughen up.
Toughen up.
And Steve, by the way, doesn't she see that we're helping the cause? Because by you singing for the show, now you'd be more inclined to sing for her because you've done it publicly again.
Yeah, I've tried that one, and no, that doesn't work. That doesn't work.
So
what I have, here's what I actually found the lyrics to my song.
Okay.
What I think I can do.
What do you mean you found it?
He hasn't sung that in a long time.
I haven't sung it in a long time, dude. It's been 10 years.
Where'd you find it?
In an old Word document that I found online. Yeah. And what I can do is I think I can recite the lyrics. I can recite the lyrics.
Oh,
No?
no.
Oh, God.
Why not?
No.
I can't sing them.
Yes, you can.
No, I can.
She'll understand.
You're singing. You have to sing.
Yeah, you have to.
Inexcusable.
Yeah, you have to.
Inexcusable.
There is a wow, unbelievable amount of a certain type of whipped that you are.
Yeah, well, I don't want to say it.
Yeah.
So that's what
Yeah.
you've decided that you could recite the lyrics, and she'll still be.
And I won't get the lashing that I will.
Well, it's worth it. Lashing's worth it, I think, for the radio show. I think it's worth it.
You have to. It's,
Yeah, you have to do anything wrong.
I'm not saying I won't. I just got to do it.
Yeah, you
You
knew
have
us.
to belt it out.
You knew us years before her.
What's her Rascal Flat song?
It's a song called "I'm Moving On."
Okay, good. You sing that too.
That's what she'll be doing.
Why don't we pick that up? Why don't we pick that up for her, for Steve, so we can do both of these? There, kill two birds.
How about
with
you
one stone.
sing to her through the radio show? and
right.
let
It's a
them-
radio.
That's perfect.
There you go. Perfect.
Perfect. And then you could go home and go, I sang to you.
Yeah.
I
Perfect.
hope
It's
I
perfect,
honestly,
Steve.
I wonder if that would not get my ass kicked.
You'll live.
Wait,
Come on.
wait. Can we get her on the phone so you can sing to her?
Hey, you want
On
to sing
the
to her
air
on
through the phone?
No, she's at work now. She can't. She can't.
Is that
go on the phone.
How is she listening to the show?
What?
How was she listening to the
I
show?
think she just got there, so she heard it in the car, and this has been a prolonged.
All right, well,
thing.
just lie to her afterwards. Say, no, I didn't do it. I said no.
Yeah.
She's not listening.
She's not listening.
She's at work.
What are you going to sing for us today, Steve?
Yes.
Give me the pendulum. I'll sing that.
Ah.
I can recite the lyrics. He's like the Lone Ranger. He can't wear his mask.
Yeah, what was that about? The Lone Ranger did public appearances, but he wasn't allowed to wear the mask.
The real guy, Clayton Moore,
sure.
And they would not allow him.
They wouldn't allow him to wear the trademark mask, so he walked around wearing those big old men cataract glasses. No crap. He walked around with these big black sunglasses that people wear after cataract surgery.
Why wouldn't they let him wear it? Was he a dick, or was there a reason? Like,
No, I think they said it's their property, and
what scum. He should have worn it anyway. God, sue me. God, what scumbags.
They should have just worn one of those Mardi Gras, like, freaking masks.
Oh, one of those masks on a stick?
Right.
One of the little fancy ones on a stick that you wear to a costume ball?
Or he should have just taken the franchise down and wore a pink one and a hat and a dress and went, Hi-yo, Silver! and just been a queen.
Give favors to everybody.
Yeah.
Just have that mask just soaked by the time he's done.
Yeah, and had like a really gay Indian with him, Tinto. Like, just change it a little. You know, Tinto's a twink.
Yes.
Steve, do you want me to read some of the instant feedback or not? It's really up to you.
I'm sure. No, I don't.
Man up, you queer, and sing.
No.
All right, go cut right to the chase.
That's a little contradictory, but all right.
All right, so I want Steve to be okay.
All right, what are we doing now? Foundry?
I got whatever you want.
Are you going to sing along to your own
Yeah, give
band?
me give me the Foundry one.
All right, here we go. Steve, for the first time, singing
video
Foundry live on our show.
Oh, there he is. Hi, Sam.
With the camera?
Somebody left it up on there.
Pendulum will swing at the center of attention. Just another day, another condescension. Mock you, shock you, it's gonna lock you down. Pendulum will shift with a little bit of pressure. Move too slow and the pendulum will catch ya. Show you, mow you, it's gonna throw you around. You did the crime and not the time. Now you gotta pay for what you done, you better run. I've had all I can take of all your screaming in my ear. My back is gonna break if you push me one more time. Heart's getting heavy, my blood's getting cold. You changed me into something that I just can't control. If you see me coming, best get out of my way. The pendulum is swinging back the other way.
Wow, you're Johnny Bravo.
He's rocking.
Yeah, he's Johnny Bravo, though.
He's belting it out. Too bad he doesn't love his girl.
Pendulum will take.
Thank you, Jim. I'll have you call her and explain this.
Bump you and jump you, he's gonna dump you out. Pendulum will break under too much tension. Down the walls of my detention. Wrecking ball and kingdom falling down. You did the crime and not the time. Now you gotta pay for what you done, you better run. I've had all I can take of all your screaming in my ear. Back is gonna break if you push me one more time. My heart's getting heavy, my blood's getting cold. You changed me into something that I just can't control. If you see me coming, best get out of my way. The pendulum is swinging back the other way.
Rock!
Damn.
Guitar solo.
Rock.
Ouch.
There it is. Obligatory guitar solo, by the way.
Heart's getting heavy, my blood's getting cold. You change me into something that I just can't control. If you see me coming, best get out of my way. The pendulum is swinging back the other way. My heart's getting heavy, my blood's getting cold. You change me into something that I just can't control. If you see me coming, best get out of my way. The pendulum is swinging back the other way. My heart's getting heavy, my blood's getting cold. You change me into something that I just can't control. And if you see me coming, best get out of my way. The pendulum is swinging back the other way.
Wow.
Very good.
Thank you, sweetie.
Steve, really, I didn't think Steve would belt it out like that.
Steve,
Really?
the second half of
it
out.
The second half was much better than the first. You got relaxed, I think.
Yeah, I calmed down a little bit.
Wow.
Yeah, you calmed down a little bit. That's
So when is the pendulum going to start swinging and be straight?
Well,
somebody decided. that
Let's go to
was
Sean in Jersey.
funny.
Sean, what's up?
Hey guys, you on the roast, Yemi?
Hi, thank you.
You got it. Hey, did anybody is anybody catching on that Steve's rhyming way with way?
I didn't notice
No,
that.
it's the Vietnam city of Way.
That's right. No, I had some curds and something with them.
What lazy writing? He's right.
Yeah, we rhymed way with way.
Lazy songwriter.
I know. The rhyme for us is so obvious. So
And that's how you write a song.
we have
the reviews are coming in. They're really good. Dan on Long Island. Dan, what do you got?
Yeah, if you guys think Steve's doing a good job, you guys should be American Idol fucking judges.
Whoa! That wasn't even a good place to throw in the F word.
I know.
I know. Effing American Idol judges.
Yeah, that didn't.
You threw one away there, man.
Yeah.
Paula and Randy, they do such a good job.
Yeah. They got Idol tryouts in Jersey today.
Oh, I bet there's gonna be
Why
some
didn't we
funny
send one
ones.
of our guys?
We're dumb.
We said that last year.
Send Steve. He
Big
could
A!
sing
Big
Pendulum.
A! Stuttering his way through his audition.
That's right. They're at the.
Imagine
at the-
Steve there
the
singing
Meadowlands.
Yeah.
Now, I'd like to sing for you, but my girlfriend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we have a Rascal Flatts song. I think that.
Dude, my voice is now.
Nah,
very
you
hoarse.
sound good.
No,
I
I
think
don't.
that'd be. Maybe you can sing it soft. You don't have to
Yeah.
yell it.
Oh, here it is, Steve. You know the words?
No, I don't.
All right, make them up.
Do we have them printed out?
Can someone print out the words?
Can we do a one-sided
Someone print them out?
Yeah.
Can we do a one-sided phone conversation? Could you call your girl and tell her that you just sang on the air and see what she says?
There's a fiddle in this song.
No, I think it's one of those.
Oh, steel guitar.
I dealt with my ghost and I faced on my demons.
I'm enjoying this.
Are you?
Yeah.
Yeah. You also enjoyed your nose surgery.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
I've been burdened with blame, trapped in the past for too long.
Grr. I get it. Your life was tough. And you turned it all around, didn't you? Shut up.
Yeah.
This country?
Yeah.
Did you call her? Steve's calling his girl. One-sided phone conversation. He was supposed to sing to her first, not us.
Yeah. Got me a little choked up.
I want to hear that one-sided conversation.
Oh yeah.
Hello, I'm sorry. I okay. Bye.
Are you fake? I think he's fake calling her.
No.
It's ringing? All right.
One ringy dingy.
Hi. I'm actually. You're not on the air, but I am. And
she should be.
I just sang my song on the air. Are you mad? Are you mad? You are. What if I sing the Rascal Flatts song? Yeah. Well, will I be in less trouble or more trouble if I do this?
This is the guy that sang Pendulum.
I know.
No.
Just get out of my way.
Okay, fair enough.
I think she's going to put on the special belt tonight.
Oh, Steve.
Tell her this conversation is
giggling.
over.
What a giant sub Steve is. What a giant sub.
I'm
bet
being
he,
nice.
He likes to be like tied up to like whipping post and then left alone for hours in a dress.
On his tippy toes and high heels.
Tell you what, I'll sing the Rascal Flatts song, and you tell me how I do.
Ooh.
Okay.
Sexy.
Wait, someone's
All right,
saying
thanks,
to
man.
listen to the lyrics of the song.
Love you.
The lyrics of this song is very telling. Do we have the Rascal Flatts? Oh, okay. How did that go, Steve?
She's upset, but if I do a good job at the Rascal Flatts, I think I could redeem myself.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
She's upset because she didn't hear it? Or she heard it?
No, she told him that he had.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, actually, she had to sing to her first.
Yeah, I was instructed to sing to her first, and because I gave it to you guys first, she's upset.
Where's the lyrics?
What happened?
Oh, my God.
How did we not know that 8 minutes ago?
Why would we have paper for the printer? Why? Why would
No one
we?
in that office that can do it?
Why would we? Oh, wait, now we got some stuff. Travis, what's going on? Wait, let's do it in studio. Jimmy, get back here. What happened, Travis?
Well, why don't we have somebody in there? We have people in there.
I said
All right,
five.
who's in there?
Who do you think is in there?
Oh, wait, bring him in here, Jimmy.
Oh,
No,
my
Jimmy.
God.
Jimmy, you got.
Oh,
Oh, he might have gone to XM to set up.
Why?
We're short. Bob.
Wait, Jimmy's
It's
yelling
still-
in there with no mic. This stinks. Can you get
Oh,
both of
boy.
them in here?
Oh,
What?
boy. His first day in there.
Yeah, we moved them. We moved them basically to the mail room, and he can't even do the mail room right.
Oh, all right. Sorry, Iraq.
Sorry, what?
I yelled at him, but I'm like, we have. I just yelled.
Oh,
at
here comes Iraq.
What's the matter, E-Rock? You're all
I have
beat
no
up.
idea. I had headphones on, and Jimmy's getting mad. The interns are saying, "Why didn't we have it?" Travis sent something. I don't know what's going on. I was doing something else. Hope we isolate that.
Oh, that's a good one.
All right.
I don't know what's going on. I was doing something else.
Well, Iraq.
He marched him out. He slammed the door. I'm so happy nothing has changed in 10 days. I miss this crap.
Fantastic.
Why would he know what's going on?
I don't know what's going on. I don't even know what I'm doing here. Oh, that's great.
Boy, yeah.
Gotta love having the Iraq around.
All right. Someone is saying that the Imus song, we cut it off way too soon, and the second verse is pure radio gold.
Oh.
Jeez, well, what the hell were we? How were we supposed to know?
Yeah, I don't.
For the love of Pete.
Who said that, by the way? Josh from Philly. Rascal Flatts, I'm moving on. We got the lyrics. You want to sing this for your girl there, Steve?
Sure.
All right, here we go.
That's the mood.
Wait, no, it's
No.
it's 3 times a lady. Fruity tempo.
I've dealt with my ghosts and I've faced all my demons.
Have you?
Finally content with a past I regret.
Do ya?
I found you find strength in your moments of weakness. Once I'm at peace with myself, I've been burdened with blame, trapped in the past for too long. I'm moving on.
Moving on.
You sang that to the world of vaginas.
I've lived in this place and I know all the faces. Each one is different, but they're always the same.
Through a glory hole.
But it's time that I face it. They'll never allow me to change. But I've never dreamed I would end up where I don't belong.
So get out of my way.
The faces don't change.
Oh.
They'll have one eye and poke through a hole in the wall. Snake faces.
Has been patiently waiting for me, and I know there's no guarantees. Not alone.
I'm not doing well.
Good.
Everyone's life, when all you can see are the years passing by. Have made up my mind that those days are gone.
The answer to the next line is fudge.
Okay.
I sold what I could and I packed what I couldn't. Stopped up on the way out of town. I should, but live like I shouldn't. Maybe forgiveness. Down this road,
The old dirt road.
I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm moving on.
I got some water out of Jimmy. Some coffee out of that new nose of yours.
Wow.
I like that song. God damn it. I didn't want to
Oh,
like it.
no, you don't.
I'm going to get that off iTunes.
No, you're not.
I will.
What about the Jesus one? Can we get the Jesus one before we get out of here?
I like that Rascal Flatts song.
It's a very pretty song.
Do you?
Not when I sing it, though.
Is that a chick?
Horrible.
No, that's a guy.
What's that?
You've heard that song a few times, huh?
Oh, yeah, I know. I've been.
I could tell.
Did she play it for you and make you listen to the words?
No, I played it for myself. She told me about it, and then I went and got it on iTunes.
That's a good song.
I see.
What's the big deal with She Left Me for Jesus?
The lyrics, it gets good.
It gets good?
It certainly does.
It's a little risque.
Yeah, what? Do we have to play it, or can we just give away the big reveal? What
No,
do you
I would
wanna
play
do?
it.
All right, this is, Imus sent me an email recently and said this is the greatest country song ever written.
Mm-hmm.
And now we're going to find out why he says that.
Right.
Okay, She Left Me for Jesus.
High school. We never once left this town.
Sound like a game show buzzer.
Go out on the weekend.
Jimmy just ripped one.
And we drink till we drown. But now she's acting funny, and I don't understand. I think that she's found some other man. She left me for Jesus, and that just ain't fair. She says that he's perfect. How could I compare? She says I should find him, and I know peace at last. If I ever find Jesus, I'm kicking his ass.
Whoa.
She showed me a picture. All I could do was stare. I hit that freak in his sandals, oh, with his long curly hair. They must have think that I'm stupid, or I don't have a clue. I bet he's a commie, or even worse yet, a Jew.
Whoa.
She
The
left
hell?
me for Jesus, and that just ain't fair. She says that he's perfect. How could I compare? She says I should find him, and I
right, we'll play this out. We're off to XM Satellite Radio. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Sirius XM Opie.
What?
Yes.
Dog XM.
All right. Listen to the rest of this dumb song. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Taking up wine while she prays for his troubles. Has forgot about mine. I'm gonna get even. I can't handle the shame. Well, the last time we made love, she even called out his name. She left me for Jesus, and that just ain't fair. He says that he's perfect. How could I compare? She says I should find him, and I know peace at last. If I ever find Jesus, I'm a kicking his ass. It could have been Carlos, or even Billy or Ted. But if I ever find Jesus, he's gonna wish he were dead.
The Opie and Anthony Show.
XM 202.
But enough of this palaver. Let's get the show on the road.
Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock, tick tock. 43 days and counting.
Oh, that's right.
But I do believe we're talking.
Good.
That's the headline today. We're talking.
Yeah.
Not us. People behind the scenes are doing some of that talking.
But they need to do the talking or talking. Tacking.
Yeah, it's Opie and Anthony and Jim Norton, and let the laughs ensue. we got the death ghoul on this side of the show today.
Very cool
wonderful
guest, Dr. Michael Baden.
Yeah.
But he did like 5 HBO specials, the Autopsy series, and they're fascinating.
The autopsy series was fantastic.
You can't not enjoy watching a guy talk about death as knowledgeably and comfortably.
Well, Jimmy, you think this Michael Baden likes death? I don't know. Yeah.
Loves it. Loves death.
He really loves death.
There was always a great that show Autopsy was always a good little mystery thing because they'd have a case and he would tell how they solve it through the autopsy and find out what the dead could tell you. It was the thing, like the dead can tell their story.
I love when he finds like a fingernail. Next thing you know, he could tell you it was a white male.
Well, yeah.
Between the age of 35 and 37, and he's drowned.
Perhaps we could ask him about that case, the one where they found, I believe it was the tip of a finger in a lake where a man had put his wife through a wood chipper.
Yeah.
Well, I bet you he can not only tell you what happened, but what she said to deserve it. Well, should we bring him in?
Yeah,
he has a friend with him who's I know.
Absolutely.
Hey, Roland, can we bring the good doctor in?
Yeah.
What, he's traveling with another ghoul?
He has another coroner friend with him. I don't know if they like to be called ghouls.
Yes, perhaps
It's
not.
not the official. Dr.
I know that
There
guy.
you go.
Hey, I know
Hello,
you.
sir.
Hey, I know this.
You want to sit there?
Peter Dean is the coroner in London.
Yeah, you got some.
Hello, sir.
You got some terrific eyebrows there, sir.
Hey, huh?
Sunburn.
I wanted to tell him,
Sunburn, yeah.
Some
serious American
show him
sunburn.
how you do things here on tape.
Satellite, yeah.
He doesn't understand. They don't do that in England. They don't
No?
We have a
satellite.
lot of terrestrial stuff, a certain amount of satellite, but not satellite radios.
Yeah.
This is like a...
Oh, yeah, they don't have it over
Way
there.
ahead of the curve.
You get to curse on this this medium.
Well, you
That's what
know.
this
I'm
is
here
all
to
about.
learn.
Yeah, put the headphones on there
okay.
so you can hear
There you
everybody.
go.
We get the headphones and
Yeah.
Dr. Baden, make yourself comfortable.
Baden.
Thank you.
Dr. Baden.
Yes.
We've done
Yes.
about 12 HBO documentaries, one a year.
Oh, really?
Oh, I thought it was 5. Wow, shows you
Yeah,
how
well,
I'm
that's
a little-
okay. You've been sleeping a little bit.
I've been very
But,
Yeah, we were talking earlier how We enjoy the show. The show Autopsy was great. Watching your specials, and you're so comfortable with the subject. And it's
that's what I do.
I know, the thing is,
you're comfortable sitting here, and I'm nervous.
Yeah, but you know something, your line of work is a little more disturbing.
It depends
than
how
this.
you look at it.
Yeah.
When I started out as an internist at Bellevue Hospital, an intern resident. Seeing people die and not being able to do anything to help, that's really disturbing. Once they're dead, then they're out of pain and suffering. It isn't.
What's the worst could happen? You get a pulse.
We've had that happen a few times.
Really?
A guy goes to the morgue and sits up and says, "What am I doing here?" And,
Is that real?
Wow.
Yeah, it does happen. It happens because sometimes the especially in older people, the pulse becomes so faint and the breathing becomes so faint that it's easily overlooked. And after a few hours, they may come up. We've had a number of these in New York, but they're all over in the States.
So you need that male nurse for that angel of death guy, with the pillow. What's with those guys, Dr. Baden? Jesus,
that's the kind that we can't tell. That's the pillow.
Yeah, that seems to be like a really. Let's take that. Let's run with that for a minute. The old pillow over the nose thing when you suffocate somebody. How do you determine that somebody was murdered, or if they just died in their sleep?
We on the radio?
Oh, we're on.
Yeah. We're on.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, make sure you say fuck a lot.
Hey, watch your language,
The
Opie.
thing about that is that we don't like to give primers on how to kill people.
Well, I wouldn't, either.
But I must say that suffocation is the hardest diagnosis for a medical examiner to make.
Is it?
Because whereas shootings and stabbings and baseball bat injuries leave something to see at autopsy. Mm-hmm. If somebody suffocated, when the suffocating device, the hands or the pillow taken off, everything pops back to normal.
Yeah.
So those are the hardest. It was easier when we had feather pillows because the feather pillows would often break. And they'd inhale the feathers.
Oh, so you could see
when I first started out, we had a few people who had inhaled the feathers in their windpipe and lungs, and we could say, "Hey, there's something wrong with this."
He's been suffocated. Yeah,
Go ahead, Jim.
Attacked and murdered by a chicken or somebody.
That's right.
Well, how do they? Wait, don't they tell kids? Don't the teeth leave a print in the back of your lip?
Oh,
you're pretty good at this. Sometimes it depends on the amount of force used, or if something is pushed in the mouth, like if a sock or something is pushed into the mouth to assist in the suffocation, it can leave injuries on the tongue and the inside. But if it's one of the things that happens with the sudden infant death cases with babies who don't struggle very much, they can get wrapped up in bedding, or they can get wrapped up in plastic. In the old days, they used plastic to prevent injuring the mattress when a kid urinates.
That's great.
They can get wrapped up. It can cause death and not leave any signs. So those are things that we look at very carefully.
I just was watching. I like watching the A&E crime shows, and they had a case where a man he was suspected of killing his infant, and they had it as SIDS. And a few years prior, he had another baby with another woman who died of SIDS. And it turned out that they convicted him of murder.
Right. Well, the thing there is, and the HBO specials you're talking about, we've had a couple of those where the way one often identifies suffocation of babies is it happens again and again.
Right.
And that alerts the police and the investigators that this isn't just by chance. Mm-hmm. So the ones that get caught are the ones who usually have more than one.
What's the toughest one you've ever worked on where you had to prove that somebody was murdered and there really wasn't much evidence, but you pulled it out?
Well, part of the problem is when we investigate a case as medical examiners, we're there not just to do something in prosecution. We're there to do something for either side. Mm-hmm. So our investigation was a crime committed. Now, some of the tough ones are when we have a crime, the police think it's a crime, and we don't find any evidence of a crime. We say so. But I think the toughest one was a serial murder in Massachusetts, where a nurse was thought to possibly be poisoning veterans by injecting various potassium into the intravenous lines.
Oh.
This is about 5 or 8 years ago.
I hear that's very hard to detect.
And yes, it is detected because as soon as we die, the potassium starts getting screwed up in the body. The red cells break and all that. And initially, there'd been some identification by the toxicologist, but his information on it was wrong. He had the wrong decimal point, and the judge wouldn't let him testify. So we were able to make the identification in court, not by toxicology, but by the electrocardiogram, which with potassium shows certain abnormalities. That is, when the codes were called, they did an EKG, and we went back and were able to find some of the EKGs and able to establish the toxicology, not by chemical analysis, but by clinical symptoms and electrocardiogram. That's kind of tough.
Did the person get convicted?
Yes, a female nurse convicted, and it was in Massachusetts, which is a non death penalty state. But this was federal because it was in the federal VA hospital.
Oh, right.
So I had to then testify at a sentencing hearing, and the federal prosecutors, were going for the death penalty in Massachusetts. And the jury voted 11-1 for capital punishment, but because one person held out, she's in jail someplace in Texas.
Got to be unanimous.
And she's been in the news every now and then because she has had affairs with various prominent female murderers.
Oh, really?
In
Loving the
jail.
old prison.
In jail, in prison.
All right, so she's a good egg.
Yeah.
She's a fucking guller in jail. How do you not like that? So you've been involved with some really high-profile cases, too. I didn't even realize, it said here Sid Vicious's death.
Yeah, well, that was when I was the chief medical examiner in New York City, and Sid Vicious had been arrested for stabbing Nancy Spungett at the Chelsea Hotel, a wonderful hotel in West 23rd Street that a lot of famous writers had lived in. And he was in jail for stabbing Nancy Spungett, and he got bail out, and he came out, and within a few days he was dead from a drug overdose. And when I went down there, his mom was there collecting his things down in Greenwich Village someplace, and he had a very high level of heroin because he had lost his tolerance while he was in jail. So he came out and shot up the same stuff.
Oh, wow.
And he died because he didn't wait to gradually develop the tolerance.
Wow, that'll happen?
Yeah, and that's why often, it's amazing it doesn't happen more often because addicts, there's no FDA approval for what's in the little packets. And when in the old days, when I started out in the 60s, 70s, when there was sort of organized crime distribution of heroin, we'd analyze the packets, and they had pretty much the same amount of heroin in them. Then as more different groups came into it, and there was disorganized distribution of heroin, the amounts of heroin in a packet varied a great deal, and if a kid instead of taking the usual packets, took one from a different supplier and had more heroin, he could die from an overdose. So the overdoses increased.
Wow. Yeah, you were you were head of
the medical examiner's
office in New York City. And what year was that? Because it was.
Oh, I was in the Sid Vicious about 1978, 79. Yeah. So I was in the office for about 25 years.
Geez, so you probably saw a lot coming through there, huh?
Oh, yes, we had. We were up to 2,000 homicides a year then.
Yeah.
Now it's down to about 500 or so.
Yeah, 2,000 a year during the time you were in there.
Was it during the Koch years, or is that...
That was, yeah. That was
and
during
Dinkins.
the Koch years, you're right.
And wow, that's a lot of work.
Yeah, we got a lot more homicides than in England. In England, where they used to not have guns, there was a lot less murders. But there's a lot more stabbings, I think.
A lot more, yeah. They're still angry. They're just using different tools.
That's right. But usually, see, the thing is, when you stab somebody, usually you don't kill them. A gunshot wound to the head is pretty devastating, or to the chest. But stabbing, you have person is more likely to survive.
Unless it's one of those multiple, just, over and over again.
Anger.
Well, OJ. We'll take that whole thing.
Well, see, there you are again. OJ, the jury said he was not guilty.
Of course they did.
And you go along, you probably even think Lizzie Borden was guilty.
They made up a little rhyme about her. Yeah. It has to be. Has to be true.
That's PR. Even back then, it was about 1890s. Lizzie Borden took an axe, gave her
mother 40 whacks.
When she saw what she had done, she gave her father 41.
41, yeah.
Now, the hip hop culture of that day
that was still, rap.
Still lives with us, and it obscures the fact that she was found not guilty.
That was some gangster rap back then.
That's
wow,
right. In England.
Now, what do you?
No, that was that was in Massachusetts.
Massachusetts, yeah.
Fall River.
What the OJ thing? Now, obviously, I detect a tad bit of sarcasm. What? And I know it's ancient history at this point, but what do you think went wrong with that case? I mean, they had him.
Well, I think partly in the United States, the government has to prove its case, and I think there's general agreement. Even the people who think that OJ, like Bugliosi, who wrote a big thing about it, and others who were violently thought that OJ had done it, they all agreed that the prosecution failed to prove its case. I think the criticism, in large measure, is the prosecution didn't present its case effectively.
You testified for... I was surprised because I was a fan. I was surprised when you testified for the defense. It actually made me kind of question, what kind of evidence must they have then? Because they got Dr. Baden testifying. What was the basis of them asking you to testify?
Well, the basis, there were two bases, which, and one has to be careful in these cases. We don't testify. I don't testify as to guilt or innocence.
Right.
I testify as to certain points. And with every medical examiner testifies in a case, like in OJ, there might have been 50 or 60 other people testifying who may have had more impact on the jury. But one of the things was that the medical examiner testified from the stab wound of the young man Goldman's body that the person who did the stabbing was right-handed, about 6 feet tall, and stabbed him from the front. And I testified, you can't tell that from an unwitnessed stabbing. It could have been a midget stabbing him, who was left-handed, stabbing him from the back.
Yeah, I always thought that was a little odd on TV shows, especially where they're like, obviously he was right-handed.
Yeah, right.
And you're like, well,
he voted Democrat. Look at the stab wound.
You can't, unless somebody sees the positions they're in, facing each other or something. There's no hint as to whether it's left-handed or right-handed, and that was one of the issues that I testified. It's that it added in a lot of bad information with the good information. They had a lot of good information. I think the DNA evidence was really good, except that it was presented wonderful for a physician. I loved their 5 days of testimony on DNA. But somebody who just graduated from high school isn't going to understand what they said. That's one of the things that we're very concerned about in testimony is how does the jury understand what we're saying. It's like you must have guests who'll come in and they'll say wonderful things in PhD terms that are true, but nobody understands it. Right. And I think that's partly what happened in OJ also.
So there's a misconception. Testifying for the defense just means that they called you to talk about a certain piece of medical evidence, but it does get presented like, oh, Dr. Baden must have thought he was innocent because he was... okay.
I agree. I'm glad you said that. That doesn't at all mean that when I testify for the prosecution, though, because 90% of the time I work now with the New York State Police. I worked in New York City for 25 years. We'd be called by the prosecutor to testify.
Sure.
I would hope that they got the right guy, but the thing about it would be that the testimony I give theoretically could be useful for either side, and we have to be fair. And now, half the time when I'm asked to testify in private, I'll give an opinion, and I won't be called to testify because my opinion doesn't agree with the theory of the defense attorneys. So when I get to testify, it's because the lawyers think I'll be helpful, but at the same time, you don't know. The public doesn't know all the times we don't testify
because your opinion
we
is gonna
disagree.
Wow. See, I'm glad. I'm glad I asked because I was
Cleared
curious.
that up.
I figured there was a reason for it, but it's like you don't realize, like, oh, they would call different guys just to talk about one piece of the evidence.
Yeah.
And look, if the prosecution is saying you can tell by stab wounds stuff about a guy you can't tell,
That's right.
all right, well, they got to bring in somebody to counter that.
What creeps you out? Like, does any of this death stuff creep you out ever?
Yeah, what would creep me out when I started and still is young kids and children who are innocents. So much of what we do as medical examiners, the victim is often involved in the death. You know, the alcoholic who gets in a fight, the drug addict who gets killed by a pusher, or in a family affair, the spouse who's been in a terrible marriage and fighting and all that for years, and one kills the other. It's all sad, but there's an understanding of that. When a parent or a stranger kills a kid who's perfectly innocent, especially when I had kids the same age, it really was creepy. Even this Kaylee case, that's Kaylee Anthony that's going on now in Florida.
Is this the guy who killed the little brother? And it's just, I'm not sure.
This is the mom.
There's the mom.
Who's in jail
okay.
and refused to say what happened to her.
Yeah, the kid is missing.
3-year-old kid.
Yep.
That's really creepy because he has an innocent kid, and obviously there are things going on that are upsetting.
Can you think of one case, though, that was the most? Like, I guess it's hard when you look at, say, 10 different stranger children. You can't pick which one. But is there one that stands out for you that was just the most enraging or the most upsetting?
Well, the only one I ever cried at, I actually cried, when I was asked to be in head of the...
Pussy.
Pardon
Kidding.
Okay. No. It's sensitive.
I understand. I had to.
The only one that I really tears came out was when I examined the John F. Kennedy autopsy for the Select Committee on Assassinations that was established back in 1978-79 to review the deaths of John F. Kennedy and Martin Luther King. And I looked at that autopsy and the photographs, and it was such a terrible kind of autopsy and photographs where there wasn't a proper cleaning of the body and proper attention paid, to show our president who had been killed and to show what I would consider not proper respect for the remains. What really upset me, apart from the fact that they got the entrance and the exit and the trajectory wrong, in our president, when that autopsy was done by hospital pathologists who never had any experience doing gunshot wounds. Jeez. And one of the problems, when I started out in the 60s, 80%, 85% of murders in New York City were solved. Now, counterintuitively, it's down to about 49% solved with all the new DNA and all the new stuff. And that's around the country. And part of the problem from around the country that the solve rate for murders has gone down so much is because the people doing the autopsies are hospital pathologists, largely, who do not know about gunshot wounds and stab wounds, as with President Kennedy.
Wow.
And that's still the situation in this country. They're good pathologists to look into cancer and heart disease and natural disease that kill 92% of people. But the 8% of people, accident, suicide, homicide, that medical examiners deal with, forensic pathologists, they're probably less than 400 pathologists in the country compared to 800,000 doctors. And most of the murders today, 50 murders in the United States today, will be done by, the autopsy will be done by pathologists who are not qualified to do
50 murders or 50%?
50 murders.
50
about 50 murders a day in the United States.
Okay.
I'm sorry. And hospital pathologists do the autopsies who are not trained in forensics. And that's one of the reasons that even with the better forensics we have, the people doing the autopsies aren't, as with John F. Kennedy.
Was he shot from the front or the back, you think?
He was shot twice and only twice from the back. And one missed. The first one misses. Second one hits him in the back and goes into John F. Kennedy. Governor Connolly says he hears a shot and he starts turning around. That shot he thinks hit the president, but it missed. It hit the curb. When the second shot comes in, he's partially turned to look at what happened, and that's why that gunshot wound is thought to be curves around, which it doesn't.
He's turned
because
around
he's
a little
turned
bit.
and it's a straight line. through his back into his left thigh.
And they're assuming he's
And-
sitting there straight, but he's
That's
not.
right, which he wasn't. And then the third, and he might have survived that one, but the third shot is the one that kills him. That's in the line of fire with. Movie about that.
Also about these, I know the House Select Commission on Assassination '78. They actually said that there, I guess through acoustics, they did acoustic tests. They thought that there might have been a fourth bullet, and they said that they think there definitely was, but now they're going back on that.
That's a very good question, and the reason it's a good question goes back. Our forensic pathology panel concluded 2 and only 2 shots from behind, from where Oswald was. But there are other experts, just like in every trial, just like with O.J. And the experts in the acoustical trial said there was a fourth shot, which there's no evidence from the autopsy. So they concluded that it was a conspiracy because the fourth shot would have been too close to the third shot to have to reload. It was like a second apart.
Wasn't it they said it was a policeman's motorcycle audio that had been left on, and now, but then they said later maybe it was the wrong mic that they had thought. So what they were hearing was actually a noise from somewhere else and not part of the assassination.
Yeah, that's right. And the policeman whose car it was, whose motorcycle was with the mic that presumably was open, that they heard the fourth shot on, he denied that it was his radio that was on. He just has consistently denied it. And I think that the noise, I've listened to that, just a lot of static.
Yeah.
You guys would probably be.
Yeah, I've heard it.
Be good. There was a nice little professor from Queens College who said it was a fourth shot, but there's no other evidence. No evidence in the body, no evidence in
So you have no doubt Oswald did this, huh?
That's correct. No question. Is
Just
his
him and him
fingerprint, his handprint is on the weapon. He purchased the weapon under a false name. No, and the trajectory lines up to where if you assume that Connolly is sitting, turning slightly to look at, of course, he was a hunter and he heard the first shot and he recognized it as a shot, which didn't hit anybody except you can see on one of the Zapruder films where it struck the curb. And then the second shot hits the president and Connolly.
And there was also JFK, too. It's funny. It was on a seat that was raised a little bit, and it was more towards the middle, where all the old diagrams, like they showed Connolly facing forward, Kennedy. But Kennedy was to Connolly's left, I believe, a little bit, so the trajectory does line up a little bit better.
Yeah.
And he was. They said that he was kind of slumped down, which is why the suit jacket was raised. All these things that the conspiracy nuts.
The thing about it is that the Connolly was on a jump seat in front. So it was lower down and to the a little bit to the left of Kennedy, sitting behind him. And that, if you take it all into account, it's clear, and we concluded almost unanimously that that bullet, that the second bullet that Oswald shot, struck Kennedy in the back, went through his chest. Went through his neck, and into Connolly's chest and into his thigh.
Wow.
That's the so-called magic bullet.
The whole autopsy thing, where it was so, dirty, and it seemed like it wasn't. Was that just business as usual back then, or?
Yes, that was business as
Wow.
usual. Except it was one thing, and this is one of the things that when hospital pathologists do work and do autopsy, and people die of cancer and heart disease, the people they've operated upon, they'll have the chairman of the surgery department and the residents and interns there to learn from it and to give information about how what went wrong in the operation, for example. Here, when the president is killed, you can't. When medical examiners do autopsies, you can't have interested people in the autopsy room. The autopsy room belongs to the pathologist in charge of doing the autopsy. And what was happening in the Kennedy autopsy is that there were admirals and cabinet members in the autopsy room who shouldn't have been there, and giving him orders. And we asked him. I interviewed this Dr. Humes, who in Washington. We interviewed him. I said, "Had you ever done an autopsy on a gunshot victim before?" No. Did you tell this to the people asked you to do the autopsy? You should get a medical examiner, not a hospital pathologist. And he said, "Look, when all these generals and admirals are there, we don't say anything."
Wow.
They tell us to do something, we do it.
Wasn't he military too, Doctor? Wasn't he military and kind of more subject to orders than somebody else would have
been? Yes, he was a commander.
Wow, yeah.
Yeah, and he was stationed at the hospital. And he just so happened, they took the body illegally from Dallas, where they had an excellent forensic pathologist who'd done hundreds of gunshot wound and rifle wound autopsies, and brought it up to illegally to, because it was at that time a state crime, to Washington, D.C., where the doctors who did the autopsy had no experience doing the gunshot wound cases.
Why did they do that? Did they ever say why they did that?
They say they did it because the Secret Service felt that this might be a conspiracy and they'll be after Jackie Kennedy. They're going to shoot other people. We had to get and there was a confrontation. The medical examiner in Dallas stood at the emergency room door in the hospital and said, "You can't take the body out of here. This is a state of Texas, Dallas County case. It's illegal to move the body." And the Secret Service there, and they had the Dallas police in the emergency room, had a brief confrontation, and there was a concern of some people that they were going to draw guns and start shooting. But even though there was this objection, the decision was made to overrule the medical examiner in Dallas and to move the body down to Washington, which was a big mistake. And I think a lot of there'll always be questions, but a lot of the questions that have risen about autopsy misfindings, because the autopsy report has a lot of incorrect information, would have been avoided if a proper forensic pathologist had done the autopsy as was present in Dallas.
What about the brain? They lost his brain? Is that true?
Yeah. The brain, see, one of the things that medical examiners have to do is look at the brain. There was a gunshot wound to the brain. So instead of examining the brain right away, Dr. Humes put it in formaldehyde to test it, to examine it, a few weeks after it was hardened. And then it disappeared.
Wow.
In my further investigations later on, it sounded, what I was able to conclude was, because we interviewed lots of people about where's the brain, and we were able to determine, and we interviewed the grave diggers. Did anybody come and put the brain in? It's like old Catholic and old Jewish tradition is when the body's buried, it should be, all the pieces should be put in so God can fix it. What happened here is the grave diggers said nobody ever came, but then we found out that there was a midnight vigil when the body was removed from the temporary grave to the eternal light where it is now. It is now around midnight, where a number of people, including Bobby Kennedy, came. No grave diggers were there, and he put the material into the casket next to the casket, and that's where the brain probably is, next to the casket in Arlington Cemetery.
And wait, so they would never allow the body to be exhumed, right? Is that what it was?
Well, that would have been an issue. See, we considered that, and I had to discuss with other people there whether we should ask for the body to be exhumed, which the family wouldn't have wanted. They made it clear they didn't want an exhumation. And there was an issue. What if we thought it was necessary? They go to court. And we decided independently that, look, if the family doesn't want it, and since we have all the information we need to explain the bullet trajectories and the cause of death, that we shouldn't press for it, and we didn't press for an exhumation.
Should see if the Eric Nagel brain is also deep in that grave.
It's one of our employees. And,
yes.
He's
hoping you could do an autopsy on him.
Yeah. He's been found.
What we're getting at.
X-ray show he just has a stem. It's amazing. There's nothing after the stem, and he still functions and walks around. We think it's all motor reflexes.
As they say, they think that lawyers work like that too.
Why don't we,
Dr. Quincy, douchebag?
Oh no, Quincy was very good. Except what Quincy shows, what the problems are with CSI and all that, is that you can't just let a case develop normally because it's too boring. You got to have the CSI person do the DNA in 3 minutes, right. Or else you don't have a show.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of information given these programs that isn't quite true, like Quincy.
Well, Quincy, it seemed Quincy was always out there, and people were shooting at Quincy sometimes.
Yeah, that's the kind that doesn't happen. With Quincy and with CSI, the one person does everything. He does the autopsy, goes to the scene, he interviews people, all of which doesn't happen.
A young girl was murdered, doctor. I disagree. You sit around, I go out and find who did it.
Yeah, very good. Very good.
Very good.
But the thing about it is, I think the public, this is the problem I have with Quincy and other shows.
Yeah.
The public realizes at some level that this is all video license, that they're allowed to do things that aren't real. One person doesn't do 6 different jobs in real life. They realize that. What they don't realize is that all cases don't get solved. The thing about O.J. Simpson, how come only O.J. Simpson, only high-profile cases in Hollywood don't get solved? More than half the murders in the United States don't get solved. See, I don't think anybody does studies. 30% of people who commit murders wind up getting convicted.
Well, in L.A. it's probably going to be 10% with their horrendous prosecution. Did they blow the Menendez? They blew O.J. They blew a lot of big cases, right?
But maybe if they were doing a case,
they don't. Not everybody gets convicted. Look at Louisiana in New Orleans, where they got a 2% solve rate for murders. Since Katrina.
2%?
Yeah, they're less than 2%. I think there's one murder conviction in New Orleans, partly, I think, because the very weak
sweeping up.
Very weak district attorney's office.
How did you catch the one guy? How bad was the one guy who got caught? What did he do?
He kept
in the judge's chair?
Confessing.
Let's take a quick break and continue.
Okay.
We'll get into John Belushi's death and some other things. And
sure.
What are you promoting today? We don't even know. Or
I
do
don't
we
know.
know?
I think it started out with no. I think it started out with Jessica Manzi called about some people can get the DVD discs on
the autopsy series.
Autopsy series, or see what do you call it?
HBO.
What do you call it? HBO on demand and all.
Yeah. They are still on demand. One popped up recently, I think the 5th one or something. And I actually have there's 2 books Dr. Bott has written. I had someone run out and grab me one so I can get it signed.
Yeah.
Called Unnatural Death. It's in paperback. And there's also another one. I don't have the name in front of me, but it's called Dead Reckoning.
Yeah.
The New Science of Catching Killers. And these are really it's amazingly interesting stuff.
Absolutely. We're gonna continue.
Yeah.
I want to ask him about the death fields. Have you checked those things out where they have the people laying around?
Body farms.
Body farms.
Yeah, body farm.
Have you
remember that.
walked around body farms?
Yeah.
Oh, I got to ask you a few questions.
He has one in his house. He planted tomatoes.
Body farms. Yes. All right. Opie and Anthony, stay there. We're back with the Opie and Anthony show. Dr. Michael Baden in studio, the famous pathologist. And I want to ask, what made you want to go into this field? Most people, when
it just by accident, because since birth, my mother had wanted me to be a doctor. And I wound up going to City College, New York, and NYU Medical School, and just to be a real doctor to treat living people, And when I got to NYU Medical School, at that time, the autopsy room was at Bellevue Hospital together with the medical examiner's office. So when I went down to look at organs from dead people, there were the medical examiners in the corner with all the interesting cases, and I just got interested by chance because the medical examiner's office and the Bellevue pathology department share the same autopsy room.
Were you creeped out by the first dead body you saw?
Oh, yeah. I was creeped out. It's interesting. I was creeped out for a couple of reasons. One, the odor of death. And 2, that some of the medical examiners were drinking coffee and eating sandwiches.
I was going to ask you about that.
And smoking.
Yeah.
They'd smoke while they're doing the autopsy in those days.
Just chatting.
Of somebody who died of lung cancer,
Smoking a cigarette.
And they'd drink coffee, and I said, that's horrible. And that really creeped me out. But after about a week of going to the autopsy room, no more odors, because I guess it knocked out all of my smell things. And I started drinking coffee in the autopsy room.
I got an idea. Are you a fun guy? You like to have a little fun?
Well, as long as we don't get sued for it.
Well, we have a guy that has horrific breath, and I'm just wondering if
it's worse than death.
If it's worse than death, right?
Well, the autopsy room has a very unique kind of smell because you're smelling gases coming out of the intestines of people who are being autopsied. Plus, there's a background of formaldehyde, because you use formaldehyde in the autopsy room to put organ tissues to look at them under the microscope. So this is a very unusual kind of smell. It's a little different than just the odor of a dead body in the
Like
trunk of a
walking
car.
by, right. Some dead animal on the side of the
A
street.
dead
or
animal
something,
and
yeah.
a dead human pretty much smell similar.
Yeah, that smell is, ugh.
Should we bring an E-Rock? I really want to do this.
I kind of wanted to.
But if it's worse than
He's
death.
in a bad mood today, though.
Do you put anything under your nose, like?
Like Silence of the Lambs with
Yeah,
Vicks
yeah.
Vapor. No, it's the most amazing thing. Up until Silence of the Lambs, nobody used Vicks Vapor Rub, except occasional policemen. But then when Jodie Foster used it under her nose, it was life imitating art. You know,
everyone started doing
everybody
it.
uses now Vicks. I think the Vicks Vapor Rub is a more horrific smell than the natural smells of a dead body.
Death.
I have a feeling he gets in there and gives a nice,
Yeah,
I'm at work.
That's natural smells.
And what about the gallows humor that you see sometimes in movies and stuff? Do the guys around, sometimes you got a case that isn't particularly, I don't know, it's awful, but some people, you do feel a little more sympathetic than others, and maybe you joke about an injury or something.
That's the problem with when cases get videoed and the sound is on. Sometimes one does second autopsies for murder cases, and the defense wants their own video, and they have a second autopsy done, and they have the sound on. And you can hear things in the background. And there is sometimes, to relieve the tension, people tell jokes and things. And I don't like that at all when I'm doing an autopsy, because it can be misinterpreted as disrespect for the body, which it really isn't, of the dead person. But the classic gallows humor that when I came in, there was an old, very distinguished first chief medical examiner in New York City, Norris, and he was professorial and huge, and he was dictating a case to a stenographer. That was before what do you call it, the laptops and stuff like that. This is back in the 20s. And at the end of the dictation, the stenographer says, "Hey, you didn't mention anything about his penis." I said, "Well, what about it?" "Well, the penis goes all the way over his leg down to the table. Isn't that unusual?" And the stenographer says, "You didn't mention that." And he says, "Well, why? I have one like that." And stenographer says, "You have one as long?" He says, "No, one just as dead." That's the kind of gallows humor that is not meant to be disrespectful.
Right. Body Farms. I read a book called Stiff that was amazing. It was
by Marion Roach.
It was a book about the dead and what they do with the bodies and how they test them for all sorts of things and
how useful bodies can be after death and helping the community and helping
they actually
trained
try
doctors.
Out cosmetics on dead people and stuff like that.
Cosmetics, and they have different surgeons, ENT, head surgeons and neurosurgeons and abdominal practice on dead bodies, or do anatomy and do dissections, and it's wonderful with permission from the next of kin.
They put them in car crashes?
Yes, the Pope doesn't like that. Even with permission, the Pope came out with where they run cars into bodies with permission that are hanging down from the ceiling.
Who the hell has that job? Wow.
I had a friend of mine down in Baltimore. The medical examiner there would shoot dead bodies and run into dead bodies, and then write the papers, publish the research, so that the car companies could learn from it, and the people who made bulletproof vests can learn from which bullets really go through and which don't. And a lot can be useful, but it has to be done very carefully with permission of the next of kin.
Yeah.
And the Pope doesn't like this.
Why would he?
Yeah, I remember at the time, a few years ago, the Pope came out and said that even with permission, you're not allowed to run into dead bodies. They're doing a lot of that in Germany. The German pathologists.
Well, of course they were.
But
those guys.
Only a certain group, I'm sure.
The best part of the book was how they were describing these body farms.
Yeah, one of the things that. That's the gold standard, the golden people that medical examiners are looking for is how do you tell time of death? How do you know when somebody's died? And one of the ways that's been worked on is in the body farm is to see what happens to the body after death, how long it takes to decompose. Can you tell from the maggots and flies that come into the body how long they've been dead? And they've been doing a lot of research. Dr. Bass was the founder of this down in Tennessee, University of Tennessee Anthropology School. And they've learned a lot about how bodies go from ashes to ashes, dust to dust. This is God's way of recycling a body. A lot of it with bacteria and with maggots and insects that break the body down.
But they put these bodies in all sorts of scenarios in this body farm.
Yes.
Like, I don't know, stuffed in a trunk or a drowning victim or
yes, in all different ways.
Graves. And
there's only one.
And they study how the body does in these situations.
And how long it takes to decompose so that if you find a body, you can tell you're dead for 3 months or 3 years.
Right.
Example. And the problem with that, though, is that how fast the body decomposes is so temperature and climate dependent. It all depends. The higher the temperature, the faster it breaks down. And what works in Tennessee doesn't necessarily work in New York or in Alaska. So that there's we're still searching for the holy grail of how to tell how long somebody's been dead.
Do you find you look at where the mummies were done? It's pretty impressive the way the Egyptians took care of the dead, right?
Yes, it's very impressive, and it's even more impressive how God takes care of the dead. Remember the 5,000-year-old body that was found in the Austrian Alps? It was in excellent condition because cold, freezing prevents the bacteria from starting. When we die, the first things that happen to start breaking us down is all of the bacteria in our intestines start spreading through the body, and the bacteria eat up things and create gases. And if it's below 33 degrees or 34 degrees Fahrenheit, the bacteria can't work, and bodies will stay like mammoths and will stay forever in ice.
What about, oh, God, what is, how do flies know?
They smell things. They smell the dead body. And it's you're right. And in fact, when somebody's unconscious, the flies will start coming in even before the person is dead. If unconscious, we'll see bodies in hospitals where the person just dies. By the time they're down into the in the refrigerator, flies. It's amazing during season how many pregnant flies there are. They'll run around and they'll lay their eggs in any kind of moist surface.
But where do they come from all of a sudden?
Yeah. Well, Louis Pasteur, I think, found out that flies come from other flies and not from the ethos. And what happens is that during summer, during spring, there are lots and lots of pregnant flies that have these maggot eggs in them, and they'll go wherever they can smell that there's a moisture, and usually in the nostrils, in the nose is the first place, or in holes in the body, like bullet holes and stab wounds. They'll lay their eggs there, and we have to be very careful about the distortion that can cause.
How about not sleeping people? If you're drunk and passed out, will a fly actually crawl in your nose and lay eggs, and you'll have maggots?
Not usually, but
happen?
I've had cockroaches in the Bronx when babies and alcoholics who fall down have crawl into the ear or crawl into the nostril and really cause a lot of pain. But cockroaches don't eat; they don't bite. People don't know that cockroaches don't bite and they don't remove tissue, but they can cause a lot of pain in the ear by scratching the eardrum.
God. That's pretty nasty stuff.
How do you get one of those out? You just got to go with a couple of tweezers?
You put water in and you irrigate with a little plunger and you wash it out. You wash the
comes
cockroach
out like it's on a water slide.
Yeah, laughing, smiling.
Did you do Belushi's autopsy?
I didn't do the autopsy, but I reviewed it and I testified in the grand jury and the trial. No, I saw the photographs.
He was in L.A., right?
He died in
Marymount Hotel, right?
In the Marymount Hotel in Los Angeles,
Chateau.
And it turned out with a lot of heroin and cocaine in his body. And the district prosecutor called me to come in the case because I'd written a lot of papers about heroin and cocaine from New York City, and it looked like he had been on a cocaine high, and the heroin was given by the girlfriend, not the girlfriend, but the gal whom he paid to make the injections. In order to bring him down from the high. It wasn't really a cannonball, kind of thing. It was the heroin used to counteract the cocaine. That's what killed him. And I had an interview with his doctors and all that. He hated needles. And that's why he hired a person to inject the cocaine. And there were a number of people there. De Niro and Robin Williams were with him the night before. And they testified in the grand jury at the same time I testified that he didn't like needles. That's why he paid Catherine Smith, I think it was, to do the injections. And she was the one who was brought up on the charges that even though he asked her to do it, that's not an excuse.
Was she convicted?
Yeah, she had gone to Canada. And I had to send testimony to Canada to get her extradited back to Los Angeles. And then she was convicted, and she had to spend a manslaughter or something. And she spent about 10 years in jail or something.
She did 10 years for that?
I'm not sure. She may have gotten 10 years and spent 5 years.
Wow.
But she's back in Canada, as last I heard.
What was your greatest case?
Well, I think the one that was most important to me was the John F. Kennedy case, and I think we got it all right, because there's still a controversy after 50.
Always.
Yeah, all right.
You autopsied, interesting, with the Flight 800, TWA Flight 800.
Yeah.
It's everybody's nightmare, because, correct me if I'm wrong on any of this, the plane, it goes up 13,000 feet, explosion blows off the cockpit, first class cabin. And the plane continued to ascend for, I think, another 3,000 or 4,000 feet.
Something like that, yeah.
Because the wing engines weren't affected.
Yeah, and the weight difference. Now you tip the nose up because the cockpit's gone.
And they were alive.
When they hit the ground. When they hit the water, yeah.
Oh, I don't remember where I heard this. Obviously, I'm going to guess it was some kind of an impact death, but wasn't it drowning? Or they said that was it technically drowning?
Yeah, the problem is when you hit water like that, it's like hitting concrete, really. And they had a lot of injuries, although a few people had inhaled water, which would make it drowning, but they probably were unconscious and had severe injuries at the time. So even once we're dead, brain dead, we can still be breathing for a little bit. And when you inhale water, that's technically drowning. Okay. But the question about the cases that have me the biggest concern, the two groups of cases that is, one is when I get involved with people who I think are really innocent. They're innocent people that get convicted on bad medical examiner work. Those are the cases that are most disturbing because people are in jail for 15, 20 years, and you find out that it wasn't a murder at all, that they made a mistake, and the eyewitnesses were wrong and stuff like that, and they get out, and the prosecutor says, well, it shows you the system works, because the guy gets out after 15 years.
Well,
and the other case that's most difficult for medical examiners around the country, deaths during police restraint. They're the ones that are the hardest, because invariably there are people saying that he died because he got too excited and he died, and the friends who are the witnesses from the non-police witnesses say no, he was saying I can't breathe, but they still were sitting on him and he couldn't breathe and he died of not breathing. Those are the cases that become the most difficult, and I think the most important for us to solve correctly, because once we start trying to make sure the police don't get blamed, as often happens, is we're really becoming partial rather than impartial scientists.
Was there, just to go back to Flight 800 for a minute, were there any people that had burn injuries on them that would have been sustained before they died from being in a place with an open wound to the front of the plane?
A lot. It was very confusing at first when we went up to see. There were about 230 people on the flight, including everybody, all of whom died. The first 100 were floating. The other 130 were not. And it was exact number, 100 came out, and they had a lot of scald burns on their body, which was very puzzling at first, but later turned out to be because they'd been lying in the jet fuel. They had full jet fuel tanks.
Yeah.
And the jet fuel is very irritating to the skin even after death. So there were a lot of burns on the exposed portion of the bodies, not on the clothed portions, but they all happened after the death, while they were floating, before they were brought in to the morgue.
Did any of them live? I know maybe there's no way to tell, but maybe you know something about what happens to the body. did any of them live all the way down, or will your brain, because of the pressure, not work?
No, when somebody's falling down, you don't lose consciousness usually. People jump off the Empire State Building, they get in trouble when they land. They're still conscious. Here, we had evidence of some people breathing in water and bleeding into their lungs and all, which would indicate, in my opinion, there was some dispute about this in the insurance claims, because in the civil litigation, the longer somebody's alive, theoretically, the more money the family's going to get. Right. But the important thing is not living, it's consciousness. So I think that after the explosion, there were most of the people who died lived long enough to get into the water and then breathed a bit and had injuries, internal bleeding to indicate they were still alive and the heart was pumping. But it's a bigger issue to say how long were they conscious. My experience with people who have fallen and survive, in stories that they tell afterwards, who jumped out of a building and then survived, is that, they knew when they were hitting the ground. So I think that many of them would have been conscious, and you'd have that much conscious pain and suffering, a few seconds, which could mean a lot in a civil action.
Oh, sure.
But falling 13,000 feet, I just wasn't sure if the cabin pressure, cabin pressure was gone because of the pole. Right. I just wondered if that type of fall. But I guess people skydive.
Not that bad.
People skydive and
not
fall
like you're
over
35,
that.
Yeah, and also the skydivers know the interesting thing about falling objects, bodies, even with the astronauts who fell, hundreds of thousands of feet, miles up, the terminal velocity only goes to about 120 miles an hour on impact because of the atmosphere that prevents that whole thing up. And that's why in the astronaut deaths, the bodies were in good enough condition to identify all the astronauts. They don't smash into smithereens, as was said in the World Trade Center. 40% of the World Trade Center bodies were never identified, partly because no autopsies were done on those that remained. But the excuse given was that they smashed into smithereens or something. Bodies don't smash into smithereens. They stay the skin stays intact, even though there's a lot of internal.
Your guts may shoot out your ass and your mouth, right? But they say that's what happens if you jump naked. Somebody jumped naked, I think, on the Empire State Building. It was like a real passive-aggressive thing. Like he jumped nude, and then just to give his body to fucking all the guts and blood to blow out.
That can happen. How do you know these things?
I masturbate a lot.
Jimmy is a morbid guy.
If you take this and give this the FBI behavioral unit, I think they may think we have a serial killer.
They're not the only ones.
He studies serial killers.
But no, I read about stuff like that. I think it's interesting.
I say he studies it myself, but he says he reads about it. It's a little hobby. But he knows more about serial killers than anyone
knows all their names and everything.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
But it was interesting to I was under the illusion that those Flight 800 people had probably passed out before hitting the ground, but terminal velocity, oof.
It's amazing how the body stays intact, and because nobody's ever done a study on this, having a person talking to a microphone while he's falling down. But I think the evidence is that most people falling from heights, such as the Empire State Building and even airplanes, are still conscious when they hit the ground.
Even in Pan Am, that explosion over Lockerbie, which was full 30-something thousand feet, when they dropped, right?
Yeah, there was one about 10,000 when I first started out as a medical student, where two airplanes crashed over Brooklyn, and a kid survived who fell into a snowbank. It was during the winter, and he was able to remember things that happened on the way down. But then he died.
Oh, wow.
It was about 10,000 feet up. I think
he survived the ending?
He survived for he survived for a few weeks, but then he died. He had enough internal injuries.
What's the baby mummification case about? Someone wants us to ask you about
baby mummification.
Ask about the baby mummification case. No?
I'm not quite clear on that, although babies can mummify after they're dead. We've had some situations where the parents don't tell anybody the baby died, and over time in warm climates, what's interesting on the desert, and then when we die, the bacteria from the gut starts going in to decompose the body and bloat it up. But also there's a drying out in hot climate. So if the drying is faster than the ability of the bacteria to develop, the bacteria need water to develop fluid. if they dry out very quickly, the body has a leathery mummification and can stay for hundreds of years in that condition.
Wow.
Yeah, they just recently found, like, I think the hand of a passenger from a plane that crashed in the 30s, and they were able to identify this guy.
Was it thumbs upping?
Yeah.
By fingerprints
and DNA, yeah.
Yeah, it's amazing now.
Story.
They were able to develop some fingerprints from, it was a merchant marine in an airplane and it crashed in a mountain in Canada, and it was because it was in this cold. After 60, 70 years, they're still able to get a fingerprint.
Off his
hand.
hand.
The most amazing thing.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right.
Yeah, it was something. Just read that one.
All right. Let's say hi to Brian in Kentucky. Brian.
Oh, hey, Glover, so I'm pretty rural. I hope I don't get cut off. I wonder what the doctor thinks of that cryogenics. Is that just bullshit, or is that a legitimate science, or what's his opinion?
It's bullshit. but it's interesting, and it's interesting. Kentucky has a great medical examiner system. In different states, half the United States is still the old coroner system, which we inherited from England in colonial days, in which any citizen can get elected coroner as long as he's voting age. Kentucky has a very excellent medical examiner system. It's interesting also that the coroners in the United States are entirely different than coroners in England and Canada, because they upgraded the coroners. So coroners today have to be doctors or lawyers or very well trained in England and Canada and Australia. But in the United States, coroners still are the way they were in the 1660s.
So you can just
bunch of UPS drivers
just
opening up
become one.
bodies.
Yeah, just become one.
What does he do over there with the eyebrows?
He's a coroner.
We have Peter Dean has been visiting me.
Yes.
He's a coroner in England.
Is he famous or something?
He's
Are you
famous
over there.
He goes to Africa and he finds out where English people have been killed in Africa, and they cover it up. It was that in Kenya.
Oh, really?
In Kenya.
Yeah. Absolutely fascinating. Yeah, it's been really interesting actually listening to the discussion, and particularly when you're talking about airplane incidents as well. I mean, certainly after Lockerbie, that was one of the big issues as to whether people were alive for the fall itself. And what they actually looked at was little things called fat emboli in the bodies when they were recovered, and found that maybe 70% of them had these little fat emboli, which suggested that they still had active circulations and therefore were still alive during the fall itself.
Yeah, that's
So the
interesting,
same issues
as
come
Peter
up both
says,
sides.
because our bones have fat in the bone marrow, and if you're alive and the bones break, some of that fat gets into the bloodstream, and the heart has to be pumping to get pumped around. So that's good evidence that they were alive. It still doesn't tell you if they were conscious,
right?
But tells you they were alive.
So why are people being murdered in Kenya from Britain?
What happens is, with the system that we have in the United Kingdom, if a body comes back from abroad to your jurisdiction, if it was an unnatural death, you still have to investigate that death. So English coroners get involved, therefore, in investigating deaths that actually happened abroad. As long as the body comes back to your area, you still have responsibility for investigating the circumstances.
Well, how are they being killed?
A variety of means, really. Not all criminal cases. A lot of them may be unnatural death for other reasons, accidents abroad.
Like Diana and Dodi.
Indeed, yeah.
They were killed in... they died in Paris in an auto accident, yet the coroners in England did autopsies.
Yep.
Did you get to see those bodies?
No, I was not involved in that one.
Hey, don't look at me. He's saying like, hey.
Absolutely. No, it's
Don't look at me.
interesting to watch the whole thing develop. But again, it's an example of just how if the body is killed in some incident abroad, criminal or otherwise, it still becomes the subject of an English coroner's inquest if the body comes back.
Well, you two guys just like coroners hang out together? Is that what you
yes,
guys
we
do and just talk
we
about
actually do.
dead people? And
we learn about it. I learn about how people die in England from Peter,
Absolutely.
and he learns about deaths in New York by just walking the streets of New York City.
It's fascinating when you come to things like the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, the range of expertise you guys have over here.
That's where you go to the same kind of conferences and for forensic scientists from around the world.
Peter, could you say wasabi, please?
Wasabi.
I would. You said you're going back on the what was it, Queen
Mary 2.
Queen Mary 2.
I'm joining the ship tomorrow.
To give a seminar.
What kind of fun cruise is this?
Bunch of old people.
They always have a range of really
a
interesting
little
lecturers
closer.
on board. They have general interest lectures. Sometimes there'll be lectures themed to destinations. Now, this one's a transatlantic cruise, and they have different lecturers on board. So I'm just going to be talking about kind of legal history, American.
I don't know. I kind of like rum drinks and feeling hot. And I don't know about listening to
caters for all tastes. I mean, some
Peter
years ago, Michael
once gave a lecture on the Titanic, and then they forbid him to do that again.
no more cruises for you.
Hey, you want to play shuffleboard or go listen to the coroner talk about pancreatic
It's
cancer?
a little unusual. The first time I did one, they had a British comedian on board, in fact, and he said first night he's doing his show in one of the areas, and
he was so bad they mixed you two up.
Is he the comedian? He's going down the list of people on board and says, "Hey, it says here they got a coroner on board. Must be a misprint." He said, "Must be a crooner." So for the rest of the cruise, I think they just thought there was some crooner on
you're
board.
the crooner.
But it's interesting to have different lectures. You know, Michael and I think we did a Halloween murder mystery crossing
On
once
Queen
on
Elizabeth Q,
that
too. It was very interesting.
fascinating. They themed the whole.
They
thing,
take it a little
which is-
far, though, and actually do an autopsy on a poor person.
These two would be a ball at a keg party.
I was just going to say, you
Around
guys
the
have
keg.
you guys are either really fun or you have the worst parties. Like it's a bunch of people with black coffee and black balloons, and the shades are all drawn, or they're just maniacs and they really let loose and have a good time. What do you talk about? Like you're a married guy.
We say keep drinking and smoking because it's good for business.
What do you talk about in your personal life? I can't picture Dr. Baden and his wife just discussing music or what do you want to eat. It's just you.
My wife is a former prosecutor in New Jersey and now does civil work. And we talk. We're writing books now about a novel. We have a series going now. The first one was Remain Silent. The next coming out in January is Skeleton Justice, about a male medical examiner and a female prosecutor, and how they get intertangled with each other and have disputes and non-disputes. Not married yet. Eventually, I think in book 4 they'll get married.
Are the little passive-aggressive things about the relationship kind of coming out? And
Absolutely.
in the book.
Oh, absolutely. It's. I hadn't appreciated how possessive my wife was of her words. I'll change words, and she'll get very angry with it, and that's brought out. It's amazing we're still married.
How do you change the words? Do you make it better, or does she think that you're dumbing it down? Like she'll write something really eloquent, and you'll just kind of put like, "The man fell." That reads better.
Well, I think it's just the opposite. I try to put into Shakespeare. I put into iambic pentameter,
punch it up a bit,
and
yes.
to try and make it more literary. And she may think that misses the point.
Does she yell at you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
From time to time.
Like a prosecutor.
But she
can.
doesn't yell at me when Peter's around, though. She's very good when company's around.
Absolute diplomacy.
But if she wants to ask questions about that, like, will she sit you down, like, you're in trouble when she'll start, like, Michael, and then just start kind of going over. Yes. Do you
And she
remember?
starts saying, "What about this hair that was on your shirt? Let's discuss a hair and how much evidence it potentially has."
Oh, that's got to be great, though. You can know everything about science. You could probably just cheat and then explain everything away.
Let me tell you something which I have learned. A good cross-examiner can do very well, no matter even if she doesn't know anything about science. She knows the kind of questions to ask.
Trip you up.
Cross-examination is an art in itself.
What happened with Dennis? Was it Dennis Fung was his name, I think, right?
Yeah, Dr. Barry Scheck. It was very interesting because people remember that with the O.J. Simpson, where Barry Scheck was able to have the criminalist Dennis Fung, who worked for the Los Angeles Crime Department, understand that he had made some mistakes in his analysis and in his protection of the evidence. But I thought the most spectacular thing was Peter Neufeld, who works with him, cross-examining those boring kind of thing, the statistician, PhD statistician, world-renowned, and going over his evidence and getting the statistician on the stand to say, yes, I made a mistake in this statistical testimony, and which I thought, nobody knew there was a mistake there because
who would know?
Who the hell knows statistics? But this high-regarded PhD professor of statistics saying, you're right. I didn't think of that, but you're absolutely right. I made a mistake. That blew my mind.
Wow, my OJ walks around.
We got to go backwards.
He plays golf a little bit.
Yeah, plays golf.
On instant feedback, Stephen S. from Bayshore, he writes, has the good doctor ever told his wife during an argument, that she better watch it because he can make it look just like a heart attack.
if I ever told my wife that, I would not be around very long.
No.
But
and Stephen S. also has one for the English coroner. He writes, the Queen's not looking well. Is Peter wringing his hands together in joyous expectation over cutting into that royal clump?
I think the royal family has wonderful genes, and she'll be gone for a long time yet.
But also, there's one coroner assigned to the royal family, right?
I would assume.
Well, that's really since Henry VIII's time. They've had a coroner appointed as the royal coroner.
She had a code. The head's gone.
Well, Henry VIII decided that there should be a coroner appointed to prevent malicious bloodshed within the royal palaces. I think you reckon he could look after all the non-malicious bloodshed himself. Basically.
I would assume he was probably, at the beck and call of whoever's in charge if something was a little fishy.
Yeah, I mean, historically, it's interesting to look back at that stuff, the way it all developed.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But you see, the thing I would love to do is they didn't have a royal obstetrician who made sure the baby came from the right person. One of the two things that I would love to do is one to exhume William Shakespeare and do certain things there, which are interesting, and the second thing is to do DNA. To do DNA on all the kings and queens. Where are they buried? All in
Westminster Abbey.
Westminster Abbey and do DNA to see. Who really belongs and who doesn't belong in the lineage.
Boy, would that shake things up. Yeah, I bet there's a couple of gaps in there.
I would imagine so.
What would you like to do with Shakespeare? What would you like to find out?
Shakespeare, what's interesting in Shakespeare, he died around 1620. And in those days, when you died, people who gave eulogies, like Ben Jonson and other giants of the would give their eulogy and then have it written on rag paper. Rag paper stays much longer than wood paper, and they put it into the casket. And it would be wonderful to see if any of these eulogies are still intact, because the body is buried inside the church in Stratford in Stratford, and whatever's in that casket might still be in good condition. There's a logo. There's written on the casket something about anybody who disinters me. That break his bones or something like that. They were always afraid in those days that people would be disinterred and things robbed from them. So there's an interesting 4-line allegedly written by Shakespeare about people not disturbing his body after death.
So you want to get the boys together and do some grave robbing?
Grave investigation. Grave investigation.
What about, you said you did Billy Martin's death.
Yeah, Billy Martin was interesting because he died after leaving a bar around Christmas time in Binghamton, New York, with a driver, and they went off, they skidded off, it was snow, and Billy Martin is dead in the passenger seat, and the driver is drunk in the driver's seat and brought to the hospital. And it always occurs when two people die in a car crash, whether as with Billy Martin or a fire. Often there are fires, and one lives and one dies. After talking to a lawyer, the person who's alive remembers that he wasn't the driver, and the issue came up as to who the driver was. And I was able to investigate the car and go over things, and the hair in the driver's side. Which didn't belong to Billy Martin. It belonged to the other guy. But when I went in to get the hair sample from this guy who said he was in the passenger seat, I got a court order to get the hair sample. He's in the hospital. He's talked to his lawyers, and he's sure that he was in the passenger seat. And while taking the hair, when I pulled it out a little bit, his ill-fitting robe sort of separated that he was in the hospital, and there's this huge impact of the steering column on his chest. And the problem with that is it doesn't appear in the records because it didn't break anything, so they didn't have to treat it. They didn't get paid by Blue Cross for doing anything, so they don't even mention it. But in looking at him, there was the steering wheel impact against his chest, which clearly showed that he was the driver.
Did you go to jail for that too?
Pardon me?
He went to jail?
It was, he didn't. he didn't go to jail, but this came up really in a civil lawsuit. In a civil lawsuit because he was suing. They were suing each other. Billy Martin's people were suing him. He was suing Billy Martin's. I don't remember if he went to jail or not. He may have gone to jail for a little bit. There was a criminal trial. You're right. He did go to jail, but for a short period of time.
And what about, it said here, we Phil Spector's murder trial for the defense.
Yeah.
What do they have?
I was called in there because, which is coming up again. The Phil Spector case is coming up again. And I'm still on a gag order, so I can't really talk too much about it.
Well.
But the issue is that the weapon, there was a gunshot of the mouth. The gun was inside the mouth, and she dies of a gunshot wound. And one of the things I testified in open court is that 99.9% of the time, when there's a gunshot wound in the mouth, it's self-inflicted. You don't kill people by putting guns in the mouth because they keep their jaws shut.
Right.
And just the way it works out is it's self-inflicted, and that was part of the testimony, was that the issue was whether he held the gun or she held the gun at the time it went off. Whose hand was on? It's like Chicago. Whose hand was on the gun? You know.
Was there powder burns on her hand at all, or powder?
There was a lot of powder in her hands, none on his.
Oh, all right.
Huh.
Yeah,
Wow.
which is the usual way we tell things. But in Los Angeles, the prosecutor, there was so much publicity about it. They brought a murder. I know they wouldn't settle for anything else except murder one.
But idiots.
That's so interesting how L.A. just like does that
Terrible
because
prosecutors.
Robert Blake. The Robert Blake case.
The Robert Blake case also, I got involved with that
Yeah.
a bit because he was in jail for
quite a while.
because of there's no bail because it was he was in hiding and waiting to shoot him. See, there was the death of the wife, plus he was laying in wait was the thing that got him no bail, and the reason that they said he was laying in wait because the gunshot wound was going from the jaw up into the head, an upward angle. So the police thought that meant she was sitting up and he was below the window and shot her. That was the reason there was no bail. The lawyer called up and we talked to the lawyer about it. And I said the thing is, if just because the gun shot is going up, that's how we describe things at the time of the autopsy. But if she saw a gun coming and she leaned to the left, it would still be the same angle, but it'd be horizontal, and it's not laying in wait. And the lawyer for Blake was able to cross-examine the person who did the autopsy, the expert for the prosecution, who agreed that was not laying in wait, that this could have been her reacting to a person she saw with a gun in the hand, and that permitted him to get out and to not be in jail while the trial preparation proceeded.
And he was acquitted. So,
Yeah,
do you
he
think,
was.
in your personal opinion, what do you think?
I didn't get involved in the rest of the trial. I think that I believe in the American system. I mean, if the jury said not guilty, it really doesn't mean he didn't do it. It means
No,
that
it just
the
means there
prosecution
wasn't
didn't
enough
prove
evidence,
it, not
or,
prove it.
yeah, they didn't prove it.
And I think that the prosecution has a job to prove its case. And the problem is that if we know somebody's guilty and we're going to say we don't need a trial, we know OJ's guilty, we know they're guilty, you're going to have a lot more innocent people in jail. We've got hundreds of actually innocent people who have been serving time, have been on death row and stuff like that. And we have to be careful not to make it easier to convict innocent people. And if a couple of guilty people get free, that's the price you have to pay for not getting innocent people. And so that's a delicate balance.
So do you think? All right, let's put it this way: you're right about the court system, but do you think when Robert Blake talks to God or St. Peter, there may be an issue?
Yes, there could be issues. Well, there could be issues with all of us when we talk to whoever our maker is.
And I don't mean to just keep going down the list, but you've been involved in so many interesting things. What exactly is with the Klaus von Bülow?
Klaus von Bülow was very interesting because a lot of people think. Do you think that he killed his wife?
I don't know. Wasn't she injured once and then killed, or what was the story with that?
She's still alive.
Oh, she is still alive. Okay, yeah.
She's still alive.
Okay.
She's alive in a nursing home. This happened back in in the 1977 or so,
yeah.
70, around that time. So that's over 30 years ago, and she's been in coma since, but alive. And the issue with Klaus von Bülow, she was in her mansion out on Newport, Rhode Island, and was found unconscious in her bathroom. And the nurse who took care of her, like Miss Danvers in Rebecca or something, was sure that the husband had injected insulin into her, even though there was no evidence. The evidence was faulty that there was any extra insulin in her body, and she remained in coma. There were 2 episodes, right? The 2 episodes that she lost consciousness, but it turned out that there had been studies done at Presbyterian Hospital in New York City that she had hypoglycemia, that she would drop her glucose very low without any provocation and pass out. And that's probably what happened to her, that a couple of days after she was in the hospital, the barbiturate level, the sleeping pill and alcohol, came back very high, and enough to cause her to go into coma. But my impression is that when I looked into the case and all, was that once the prosecutor had accused von Bülow of injecting insulin and trying to murder her, the doctors didn't come forth and say, no, she had an overdose of barbiturates and alcohol, which she may have taken herself because she drank a lot of alcohol, took a lot of pills, because they didn't want to get sued for missing the diagnosis.
Oh.
See, if they had treated her right away for the barbiturate overdose, she may not have gone into coma, into permanent coma. So I think she's in coma, and he underwent 2 trials. First trial, he was found guilty, and then it was overturned. And the second trial with Dershowitz and Puccio, Tom Puccio, found not guilty.
So he's alive and out right
He's
now.
alive and well, and in London, and with children and grandchildren.
And she's in a coma for 30
And she's
years.
in a coma.
Do you dream when you're in a coma?
Probably not. You probably may dream, but not know it, because that part of her brain is totally atrophied. I mean, it's like the gal down in Florida who
Tony
was
Schiavo?
Schiavo, who was in coma for 10 years. You can have parts of your brain that are damaged and necrotic that you can't think, you don't see, you don't feel anything, but the breathing center and the cardiac center are still working. So with proper care, you don't get pneumonia, you don't get ulcers, bed sores, because she's being handled. She can live for a very long time just without any consciousness.
What about the people that do come out of it? Because, I mean, when you look at Schiavo's, the videos of her, it really, even though they said it was a response, but when the father's talking to her and she's like, even though it was like, it wasn't like a really good conversation, it looked like she
There
was
was some
somehow
interaction going
hearing
on,
him.
sure.
Yeah, an interaction.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's the problem. The problem with these things is that families want to, in my experience, I don't know about Schiavo, they want to feel something for their loved one. They'll say, yes, she squeezed my hand, or she blinked her eyebrows, or she looked like she was paying attention. And families want to hear that. They look for that, and it's not always there. Certainly when they did the autopsy on Schiavo and examined the brain, it's not possible that she could have known what was going on from the brain examination.
Oh, so they were actually, the ex-husband was right about she.
Yeah, the ex-husband turns out he wasn't as likable as the family, and he had a girlfriend and all that, but he was right about her being in coma. And in fact, in the first couple of years, the doctors who treated her, there's something to do with high potassium and all, paid out money, because of medical malpractice about Schiavo. And now what they were saying 10 years later is that really it wasn't the medical malpractice, it was the fact that he beat her up.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And that turned out not to be true.
Wow.
So, about Sonny von Bülow. I know very little about comas, but isn't it like a type 1 or type 2 or something like that? Whatever type you're in, you kind of look like you might come out of it someday, but you never will. Is she beyond ever coming out of it? Because people wake
It's called
up
the
after-
nagel.
Yeah.
Yes, we're doing the nagel.
Yeah. Sonny von Bülow will never come out of it. Occasionally people come out depending on what part of the brain is damaged. And it's amazing today, with all the CAT scans and MRIs and all, one can get a much better idea of which parts of the brain are damaged than was possible, 20, 30 years ago. But it turns out with Sonny Von Bulow, she'll never come out of it. Schiavo would never come out of it. Some people are marginal.
Why won't they just put her to like kill her? I mean, or just unplug the machines or 31 years?
That becomes
a discussion you need to have with God.
Yeah, that becomes
moral question there.
Moral issue, and also the issue is she's got enough money to. She's got enough money that she's paying for all this nursing care that she gets, and she has a big fortune to do that. The issue becomes more telling when the person is on. Being paid for by the taxpayers of the city. Like I'm not going to pay for it, but I want the city to pay for my mother's eternal survival in coma. And meanwhile, the money that goes to that person doesn't go to kids who have sore throats or rheumatic fever or strep throats and all that stuff. So there's a delicate balance as to how much money society should pay for somebody who's not going to recover, even though the family wants it, and there's no limited budget anymore in medicine.
Wow. You just want them all on the slab, don't you? You just want them all.
See, the slab, but one of the things we do on the slab, you see, is we try to help the living by finding out what happened. We can try and tell the families what happened. We can tell them if they have any genetic problems to worry about. And we can help society if somebody's done something wrong to punish the wrongdoers also. So the reason we do the autopsies is to help the family bring closure and to help society pursue whatever should be pursued when a death occurs.
Are you going to be called in?
Very good.
Are you going to be called in for the Bigfoot autopsy? Or
I saw the photos there. It certainly looks like a raccoon coat or something. But I think I've been involved before with Bigfoot stuff because people.
Have you really?
Yeah, people used to bring in material
hair or something.
Hair and blood spots that they saw in the woods. To ask us to do serology to look for.
I hope you charge them a lot, Doc.
No, I found it interesting. We used to do it for free, but it all turned out to be, not true. So the little experience I've had with Bigfoot, they ain't no Bigfoot, but
we found one in the
interesting.
dumpster though. There, we got to see what that's all about.
They have something that looked like in the newspapers like some kind of old raccoon coat or something.
Yeah, it looked like an old raccoon coat.
They threw some pig
23 skidoo.
Well, but it's interesting that there have been some very well-known hoaxes on we had the Piltdown man in the United States. Piltdown was London. It was England, right?
English case.
Piltdown was the English case in the 1910s. Some people at an excavation site in England found skull and bones and a jawbone that looked like they came from the missing link, because it looked part human and part ape. And the professors in England all came down. They said, what a wonderful find is the missing link. And it turned out that somebody was playing a hoax. They believe it might have been Sir Arthur Conan Doyle because he had been in Africa, and it was really the jawbone of an ape and the skull of a human. And he had put them together. And all these professors thought it was real, so that the fact that it was a hoax didn't come out till 1942, where after all of the professors had died, because they were afraid to embarrass the professors by saying, and then it turned out that it was a hoax because somebody threw body parts into the pit to make it look like it was a new animal when it wasn't.
All right, let's go to Alex in O-Town. Alex.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Alex.
I had a question for the doc. I was going to ask him. You guys were just talking about basically the whole procedure with what happens, how much care you should give to somebody that's basically never going to come out of a coma. My girlfriend has had cancer 4 times already, and she's had to go through dialysis 3 separate times. And because of her having such a high risk of cancer, they're telling her that basically she can't get a kidney transplant because they don't consider it worth their time, I guess. I just want to know what your opinion is on something like that.
Yeah, the problem with that kind of an issue, unfortunately for your girlfriend, is that there's a national kidney organ transplant organization that tries to provide the kidneys toward the people who are going to benefit the most. And there was a big criticism. Remember when Mickey Mantle, I think, was dying of liver cancer?
Oh yeah,
When they gave him one?
And they gave him one.
Yeah.
There was a big fuss made because he jumped the line and he got the liver transplant that instead of somebody else getting it, even though he wasn't going to get cured because the cancer had spread through his body and he died shortly thereafter. So they want to give the kidneys to those people who are going to live the longest as a result of the kidney transplants. And that has nothing to do with the medical examiners. That has to do with a consortium of kidney donor personnel. And the problem is that there's such a shortage of kidneys that are donated. And one of the things that the government is trying is to get more people to donate kidneys when they die.
Don't you think, though, if you hit over 500 home runs, you deserve a kidney?
I think there's a good issue there.
Sure, right.
Yeah, I think as a human being, I feel that way, but not as a doctor.
All right.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you.
We should let the good doctor go.
Yes, so fascinating having you here,
it's good
Doctor.
to see you
Thank
guys
you so much.
and to see what comfortable surroundings they give you, and they give you all this reading material and all that.
Anything we need.
Terrific. Thank you very much.
Thank you so
and,
much,
Peter.
Thank you very much and yes, Peter, thank you for stopping in with
Real
Dr.
pleasure.
Baden. Yeah.
Thank you.
Did you enjoy
Great
it there, Peter?
Fascinating.
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 What was your favorite part?
Just always really good listening to Michael.
What are we promoting, Michael? We should promote something after this hour and a half.
My books. HBO.com.
Okay. Well, we'll
and
have your
the
books,
book,
right?
a bunch of books that I've written that you can get on Amazon. Two that are Dead Reckoning and I'm sorry.
Dead Reckoning, The New Science of Catching Killers.
Is
and
the
Unnatural.
new novel that's come out, a series of novels of fiction that's coming out. The first one was Dead Reckoning. The next one coming out in January is Skeleton Justice.
Wow, you got your
with
books
my
are
wife.
named after like heavy metal band albums.
That's what they sound like, right? Yeah, I went to go see Skeleton Justice last night.
Pick up Dead Reckoning.
They kicked ass.
Yeah. Get out of my way. All right, we're going to do line of the day and get the hell out of here. Sponsored by Carbonite.com. Carbonite backs up your computer hard drive so you never have to worry about losing any of your files. Check it out at Carbonite.com. Promo code XM. We go right to the first runner-up line of the day.
That was what made me do it. Applesauce.
Oh.
And vomited blood and applesauce.
Nice.
Yeah, look at that nice brain medley. Little vomit thing.
Get a picture of us on the table. Is that okay? You can say.
Like George Harrison's Q-tips.
No, that's how they knew when he sneezed. When you'd see that on the left and right wall at the same time.
Very good. We go to the next runner-up line of the day.
Inhale the feathers in their windpipe and lungs, and we can say, hey, there's something wrong with this.
We've been suffering.
Yeah, yeah.
Go ahead, Jim.
Attacked and murdered by a chicken or something.
That's right.
Nice.
Me and Jim are fighting over that one.
The doctor wants a photo.
Oh, well.
The doctor wants a...
Jimmy, what's going on?
Oh, yes.
He wants a photo of everyone around the table.
Us in action.
Wait, you want a photo of us? Where's this going to be published? Where's this going to be published, Peter? Just for you? All right,
The British...
We'll do it just for you.
Oh, guys.
Yeah. Just hang with the guys, right?
Hang with us all, Travis?
You guys swingers? Here's another runner-up line of the day. He saw an opportunity.
Yes, I will carry you. Don't worry. Like bowling ball.
Thanks so much. That's okay.
All right. We'll pick that up, Doc. All right, yeah. You get a good picture there, Peter?
Hope you don't do that with vital organs for your job.
Yeah, he's dropping organs.
I don't come to your job and knock hearts off the table.
Doctor's just walking around knocking things off the table.
Take care.
All right,
Pleasure.
Peter. Yeah, it's good seeing you.
Cheers. Nice to meet you.
Cheers. I like that.
Cheers.
All right, there.
Cheers.
All right. Well, okay. Oh no, it's okay. Yeah, if you want. All right, there you go. Peter's all, no.
Would you be nice to the doctors?
Look, he's all confused.
Don't
Peter,
do
what
that.
are you doing? You got enough pictures. Peter likes taking pictures.
Yeah. I can only imagine what the private collection looks like.
Right, Doc?
Hey,
Yeah, the Queen Mary too.
Hey, who collects dead tattoos?
I do.
That's true.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right, get back here. Peter, keep snapping your pictures.
Photos.
Your photographs.
Yeah.
Not the
Wait,
actual
no,
tattoo.
real fast. We're still on the air.
Oh.
Because this came in, I didn't believe it, and
Hello.
You collect dead people tattoos?
Yeah, one of the ways we identify decedents is by tattoos. They're very unique. And I got interested in tattoos a long time ago at the beginning, and I've taken thousands of photographs of tattoos of people in New York City who died. In New York City, and regions have different kinds of tattoos. We have a lot of criminal tattoos in New York City.
Prison tats.
People who get them in prison. How do you know that? Prison tattoos.
Prison tats are different, sure.
And in other places, like the people coming over from Cuba had Mariel boat tattoos, which were different, and the East Coast tattoos tend to be different also. So it's been very interesting because you get all kinds of interesting tattoos.
Thumb through that little
I had
photo
one.
album.
You're asking me what's the best tattoo I ever saw?
Well, no, but you could answer that, sure.
There was get a guy who's a true story, who's an alcoholic, who's dead, and he has on his penis tattoos are always very interesting, and it said on his was your name. And made a prison type tattoo, which was not professionally done.
Yeah.
And when the brother came in, I asked the brother, "Why? Do you know what that your brother had a tattoo on his penis?" He said, "Sure." He said, "What was the what did it mean?" Because often there's significance. He said, "Well, my brother was an alcoholic. He never had enough money to get drinks and alcohol, so he'd go into a bar. True story. Go into a bar, up to a guy he didn't know, and said, 'I'll bet you a drink that I have your name tattooed on my penis.' And the guy would look at him and said, 'Sure.' And then he'd pull out his packer and he'd get a free drink.
Your name tattooed.
Your name. That's a long way to go.
How thirsty are you?
Yeah.
Where you will just put prison dye ink in your dick and show it to people.
For a drink.
Hey, can you tell if an executive producer is gay by his tattoos?
There are certain gay tattoos.
Yes.
Yeah.
You want to check out some tattoos?
Steve?
We had
Peter,
the
sit down.
We had
still
an
having
elaborate.
fun.
One of my best tattoos is a guy who was a hunting scene.
Yeah.
A hunting scene, multicolored, professional, with hounds and the fox tail sticking out of the anus. He's running into the anus.
Yeah.
And I thought that was a wonderful tattoo I showed, and then somebody pointed out that it was a gay tattoo. I hadn't appreciated that.
Here's Steve. You want to take a look at his
No, I
tattoos?
noticed his tattoos. These are professional tattoos.
Yeah.
Turn around. Show him that one. Why are you hiding the one that might be the gay
I'm not.
one?
I'm not. He's just holding my arm.
No, these are not criminal tattoos.
No.
These
No.
are professional.
Sure.
How long ago were they done?
The most recent one is the one under my bicep, and that's about 2 years old.
That he gets a paycheck as
See, they're
criminal.
different. But you know what was interesting? In watching the Olympics, the great number of Olympians who have tattoos.
Yeah.
But they're not criminal tattoos. They're butterflies and names and things like that. The criminal tattoos are like the cross, which is a Pachuco sign, just with a line, not fancy like Steve has on him.
And then, of course, the teardrop, L.A. a lot of
Teardrop
gangs,
for the eye and the drug addicts. And,
What does the teardrop mean? They just saw on Golden Pond?
yeah, it just as best I
Little
interviewed some
teary.
people, just that they were sad about something in their life and the mother
I
died
thought it
or
was because
something.
they killed somebody.
Well, the killing tattoos are a little different. They're
I thought it was the teardrop. TCB.
no, the ones I saw were drug addicts who use, but they can cross over.
What were the killing ones? What are the murder notches?
The murder ones tend to be Pachuco tattoos at the base of the thumb, where in order to have this cross with 3 lines above it, made a prison tattoo, 3 dots or 3 lines, you had to commit murder, arson, and rape in order to properly put those on your fingers. And then in prison, they knew you were a bad guy.
Couldn't you just get someone to tattoo it on you anyway? And
Yeah,
pretend?
but then if you turn out to be a wuss, you're not going to last very long.
Yeah, you'll be the last one on that in prison.
That's right.
The last one you mentioned.
The fact that he got a paycheck is criminal.
Steve has a question.
There's an urban legend.
That Foundry Music was a good band.
Exactly. That when new bodies come into the morgue, that protocol is to have the anus sewn up.
Yeah, of course.
No.
No,
No.
not true.
That's not true.
Mike, it's not true.
Yes. Someone just suggested to you that you have yours, so nothing.
No, what is, we do look at the anus because sometimes one can tell if there's been sexual activity in the anus by the shape of the anus, but That doesn't work usually either.
Well,
But,
if
but
they
they
can't-
don't get sewn up because
No, why
anything
would
that's
you sew 'em
inside,
up?
you want it to
Yeah.
come out.
If they can't tell by the anus, can they just look at the expression on the face? And if it's really sad, they're like, well, maybe.
Looks like
You can't tell. You can't tell anything from what the face looks like. Even though in books they say, "Well, died happy, died not happy," is because when we die, all the muscles relax. And we all become sort of faceless, and then depending on what position the body is in, on the left side, on the right side, in front, will depend how the rigor mortis is going to
Sure.
set in after death. So you can't.
Can you do a public service and tell people not to watch their loved ones die? It's not romantic like you see in movies.
That's the tough thing.
Holy
As
ass.
we talked about earlier, when I started out really in the business of treating living people.
Sure.
And I was an intern resident at Bellevue Hospital, and the worst thing was watching people die, cancer, heart disease, and you couldn't do anything about it. That's terrifying. That's awful, and the family, it's awful. But once they're dead, and this is what people don't understand about medical examiners, once they're dead, they're out of their pain. And what we do is much less upsetting, doing autopsies, trying to help the living, than watching people die.
Right.
How about the beheading videos? Did you see any of those?
I saw Saddam Hussein, and I read about the guillotine. That's a quick way of doing away with somebody.
But I mean the Al-Zarqawi in the Middle East when they were beheading people with butcher knives.
That's awful. That's awful.
It seemed like a really a painful way to go. Like the struggle
Well,
for
it
breath.
depends how quickly it's done. If you can take a weapon like a guillotine and just strike
Slice.
off the head, that's much faster and probably less painful, actual physical pain, than being shot, in a firing squad or even getting lethal injection.
No, this was actually they saw it through the head with just a big butcher knife, and you could hear the guy.
No, that's terrible.
Ugh.
That's terrible because they saw it through the
Horrible.
neck. See, the neck part is about a third of is soft tissue of the neck, and the hard part is the spine, spinal column, and that's where it's hard to cut through. But if you have a person who knows what he's doing, he might.
Could you still be conscious as they're trying to hack through the spine part of your neck?
Yeah, you can still be conscious until they transect the spinal cord, which takes some doing because you got to cut through tough bone.
Oh, we saw some awful
I know, it's awful.
videos.
It's an awful
Yeah.
situation.
Well, Peter's depressed now. Let's stop.
Oh, wow.
Peter, you're
Well, yeah,
right.
he knows.
We
It
were
was,
all having fun. Yeah, no kidding.
Well, I just,
Peter, you want more pictures? Cheer you up a little bit? All right.
Peter, it's really a thrill for him to take pictures of live people.
All right, Peter.
Thanks, guys.
See you guys.
Mike,
Thanks very much
all
indeed.
right. Enjoy your cruise.
Thank you.
Hopefully you'll find a floater. Drag someone in for you.
A man could dream, right?
There you go. That. All right, doctors.
A big
take
man,
care.
Peter? All right.
There you go. Very lovely to have them in.
They're fun, right?
Yeah.
Great guests.
Oh, they're just a
Fun-loving.
That death is a hoot.
Corners.
What do we got? One more runner-up line of the day. Here it is. You guys, you don't watch TV.
I didn't hear about it.
You don't read papers.
I'm sure I've handed over cash a few times.
Ugly.
Yeah. No. Line of the daytime.
And the line.
Here comes line of the day. Line of the day.
I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm moving on.
I don't know what's going on. I was doing something else.
A sound effect wins line of the day. All right. That's kind of fun. All right. Well, we're back.
Yeah.
We are. We have anything big for tomorrow?
Yeah, what do we got?
No guests.
Why? What happened with that?
Nobody approved any over break.
Which ones?
One was just telling me last night. I didn't know if they're available anymore. Rolling.
Let's try to get him to improv.
Mm-hmm.
Second.
Oh. What? His improv skills?
Let's
Did anyone else think that Peter, the coroner, was here to do the autopsy on Dr. Michael Baden? With all that heavy breathing he was doing?
Oh, I think some people thought that was Jimmy.
No, it was
Jimmy's
Dr.
nose.
Baden.
No.
Crinkling the food.
Someone goes,
Yeah.
someone goes, is he doing his interview from a treadmill? I couldn't do it.
I think he needs the nose surgery Jimmy had.
He was too cool and too interesting to
was
blow up
great.
his spot like that. But
Steve, who do you think we're going to be pitching?
Hey, Roland, what do you got?
I'll let Roland do that.
Nothing. Wait, yes.
Oh no, the Norm Macdonald. He's coming in a few weeks. You said.
Is he?
Yeah.
I was saying Norm would be fun.
That'll be all right.
Okay.
Good.
Rainn Wilson wants to call.
No.
Call that okay.
The Rocker, right?
Yeah. He wants to call in because he's filming The Office.
What about
right
Steve
now.
Coogan?
What about the dude from The Office that was selling drugs? I want to talk to that guy.
Well, yeah, we were pitched him, but he'll be back in New York in a month.
Was he the black dude that worked with Patrice in the?
Yep.
Yeah.
He wants to come in. He wants
In
to do the show.
But he was
warehouse.
arrested, right?
Yeah, but he'll be
Drugs?
released before a month.
Hmm.
He'll be back in New York in like 2-3 weeks.
How about Steve Coogan?
Yeah, they're checking his schedule because he's flying in. For
What
one
about
day.
the guy from 4-Year-Old Virgin who's in trouble for what? Beating up his chick or something? Killed her? What did he do? Stab her?
What?
Oh. Yeah, he had a bit part.
Yeah.
Yeah, he went crazy, killed his girlfriend or something like that.
Are we getting Michael Phelps?
My friend is best friends with him. We're working on that because he's not doing any press.
You have a friend that's best friends with him?
Yeah.
Come on.
Yep.
Come on.
What's that about?
Well, she knows him since childhood, so.
Think we'll get him?
He's coming in. Well, because he's not nobody knows. He's doing secret tour dates or whatever, but he's coming in sometimes.
Does he bang broads?
I would assume so.
Yeah. Full guy.
Yeah.
Anyone else?
There's David Tyree from the Giants.
Steve, you didn't know who Phelps was when we brought him up before? Comment?
What?
I thought you said Felch.
Yes, exactly. I think you said Phelps.
Just repeats it.
No, I don't think I did. But now I do.
You didn't know who Michael Phelps is? Did you watch the Olympics?
No, I haven't been.
Man, why would you as executive producer?
Yeah, Steve. I thought you liked somebody with a swimmer's build.
Yes.
That would be silly to watch the Olympics. Comment?
The Olympics stink.
You got to watch it for the show a little bit.
Yeah, you watch the highlights.
It's on right now. They got
Watch the
some
highlights.
thing going on. He doesn't even watch the highlights. That's what I'm getting at.
You turn on the
Watch
news,
some
you
highlights,
go.
Steve. We got another
Here's
week
some
till the
highlights. We got some highlights.
Hey, Fez. Michael
Fez.
Phelps.
On Fez, 12-3.
All right, should we go?
Yes.
I gotta make a tinky.
Are they new to 3 or are they on vacation?
They're off this week.
They're off this week?
They're off?
No.
Are they?
Kidding.
I had no idea. I saw him tape a secret show, though. Wasn't that for today?
No.
No. That was for the secret
Are they
show.
maybe doing a mask today or some shit?
Oh.
Yeah, Richard Lewis.
Oh, Richard Lewis is on mask?
Richard Lewis. Yuck.
He'll probably be interesting on mask, though, because he's such a fucking whack job.
Yuck.
I bet
He's on Curb Your Enthusiasm now, so. Yeah.
he's a good. I bet he's a good.
Yuck.
Interview. You like him?
I don't like Richard Lewis. Never
Why?
did.
But have you met him?
I didn't need to.
He might be an interesting interview.
I didn't want to meet him.
Steve, what are you scrolling?
I had a whole bunch of emails that didn't get sent because my mailbox was full. Now I'm sending them.
That happens.
I gotta go.
Yeah, I could go.
Yeah. All right. Okay. I'll push my mic away and say I'm done.
Let's suck each other's dicks.
Do I end it like Eric goes to break on CBS?
Yeah, let's do that.
Go! Go now! End the show now! It's over!
Booyah! Booyah! Booyah!